Start on Twitch. So it's been 9 days since I've done anything. Since I've streamed at all. I just want to make sure everything still functions correctly. Which it's like something breaks every now and then. And it's just like, how is that even happening? Because I don't change anything about the settings. I don't change anything about the settings between streams. So it's beyond me how anything could possibly go wrong. That's questionable. What is that? The bitrate. Well, what's also questionable is what I wanted to open the stream with, but I'll wait for people to show up before I look at this. Because I was digging through YouTube and I was looking for more like music to use in my playlist, and for some reason some of the music I was using was copywritten, and I had to remove that. I had to remove some of the music. I had to remove some of the music because apparently it was copywritten and I couldn't use it. And I was just like, okay, I guess I should just leave it. I should just like take away any of the music that isn't that, and hopefully nothing bad happens afterwards. But as I was digging through music, hi Stardust, so welcome back. As I was digging through YouTube and I was searching through music that I was thinking like, oh yeah, I know this music track from like a game I know, and I want to go find it so I can add it to the playlist. That's why no music is playing yet, because I want to show you this. But and in YouTube, and it's like it's an enigma of a site when you search things. And I come across this. I come across this video where it says I stared at this thumbnail for like a good minute. And then I was like, oh, COD points. That's what that stands for. And I was like, oh, I was like reading that and I didn't read the title of the video. I was like, huh, I don't know if this thing should be allowed on the site. I don't know if we should keep something like this on the site. And then I was like, oh, this is about Call of Duty, because they have a thing, there's like a currency in Call of Duty called COD points. Because I don't know anything about Call of Duty, like let alone modern Call of Duty. I think I've only ever played like Black Ops 2. That's the only Call of Duty I think I've ever played. And I've never owned one. But I just thought that this was kind of amusing to show. Oh man. So you're probably wondering why there's a completely blank Unity project in front of me. The thing is, it's actually not a blank project. It's actually the same project we've been working on the entire time. Equinox, welcome back. It's actually been the same project we're working on the entire time, because we're going to get a bit more sophisticated here. We are going to be working with multiple scenes. And we're not going to be we're going to get like slightly more sophisticated, but like not super, super complex. Because I want to make a scene that acts as our main menu. Now, we can actually reuse some of the assets that we've gotten from the previous streams in order to make this work. So let's say I wanted to just like have a background like this, and we'll just make this like slightly bigger. Okay. Remove that, and like, 1 second. Let me get like the music back on for a second. I also noticed I changed the hue. I think I changed the hue when I loaded that into the other scene. I didn't realize I did that. I kind of forgot I did. Since it's been like, we've been working on this game for the course of 3 weeks, but it was 3 real-life days. Alright. Let me know if that's too quiet or too loud. But I noticed that I might have messed with the hue to make it like slightly dark. Yeah, it was something like this. I made it slightly darker, apparently. But we'll just have it like this. We need something very basic to start with. So what I'm gonna need is a background, and I guess we'll just call this background. And you know, normally I don't capitalize things very often in like any coding language, but for some reason C# likes to do that, so I'll follow its naming convention. So we have this background, and what I also want to do is add a button. Hopefully it should be that simple. I might want to make my own button. That's why I have a sprite open. We are gonna make our own wonderful looking button right now. Let's make one that's like, we want to go 512 by 512. I don't know, we can do that for now. It's not gonna be anything, it's not gonna be anything like crazy, all right? I haven't done anything coding in a hot minute. I've kind of been like messing with a game of my own. I've been like messing with some other stuff in my spare time, because it's like stuff I'm messing with in like a side project I'm working on Unity. I'm gonna try to implement here. I don't know, it's just for practice and just to like mess around with stuff. All right, let me make this slightly larger. So what if we Do I want us to do start or do I want to do play? Let's do start. We're gonna see if we can make ourselves a very simple button. All right, not bad. The lines are relatively straight. I kind of don't want them to be completely straight. I kind of don't want them to be completely straight. I don't know. I might like it this way. Let me also make this like it's gonna be like a vibrant yellow, but it's kind of like a whitish color, like that. Yeah, I actually like that shade of yellow a lot better. All right, let me export this and choose file. I'm gonna need this to go. Let me copy the path. All right, so this is just kind of what we've been doing for the past few days, for the past like other in-game days. So send this to here, send this to sprites. We want this to be start button. All right, there we go. So export that. Taking back the Unity, and let's move this in. So basically this button, what we want to do is we want to take its source image and replace it with this image. Now, what I first need to do is let's just like change it so it's scaled with everything else. And what you normally want to do when you want like a sprite that's pixelated to not be as pixelated, we want to remove the filter, and we want to also make the formatting, no, it wasn't the formatting, it was something else. So it was no filter, and then we also wanted, oh god, I'm drawing a complete blank here. Format, it wasn't format. It wasn't quality. Let me check what I've done with the other sprites. Wait, am I crazy? It's like another moment where I'm having like a complete brain fart again. There was like one other setting I thought I had to change. I'm like completely pixels per unit. I've already changed it. I already changed that. Was that the only thing I had to do? So compression. Oh, I think it was compression. Compression needs to be none. That's what I needed to change. It was the compression. I don't know. That's the only thing I saw change. Yeah, it was like pixels per unit I had to change. All right. So now what I need to do is go to button, and I need to do this. Jesus Christ. All right. So what we want to do is we get rid of that. And now we need to just resize the button. Is this a layer problem? I think it is. Oh wait, no, never mind. The button's down there. Just put this back to how it is. So what we want to do, we want to take the button and we want to center it. So these are some of the UI settings that we can use for Unity. Nice stuff. I think that should be fine. Now we have a slight issue here. Yeah, it is a little wide. Let's mess with the scale, not the, let's like link this up. And then we can like, how about this? Make this 2, and then let's just now scale them proportionately. All right, so if I press play right now, it should just load. Would it just start and load this scene? All right, see. So now it lets us click on the button, but the button obviously doesn't do anything. So what we need this button to do is we need this button to take us to the other scene. It needs to load up the other scene. And I guess conversely, we need the, if I ever have a game over while in the game, I should have an option to come back to this menu. It'll be something like that. All right, so I need to move this button. Because I guess it's like, we'll also have a quit button. We can also have a quit button. How about this? Let's do this. A couple days ago, my favorite producer released a new album. I have not been keeping up with any music. I just don't listen to very much music. I mean, like, honestly, I think people I think like some people on the internet would complain about like the garbage that's played on the radio, but I honestly don't really care when I have the radio on. I really don't. Unfortunately, my music taste is whack. It's like I really don't care. Well, okay. When I was like, now that I drive on my own a lot more often, now that I actually drive, like, I drive my own car, which, well, I don't really own that car, but I do drive a car for myself now without the supervision of my parents or siblings. But I normally just turn on the radio and just listen to whatever. But then I noticed that some radio stations really do just play the same, like, 6 songs. And I was just, like, kind of noticing that. And I was like, oh, man, maybe I need to load my playlist into this car. But that car is from, like, 2009, so that's not happening. Also, I was eating grapes. There's a store down the street that doesn't sell them, like, by the vine. They sell them in a container. Which I was like, oh, wow, that's less work for me. I was like, I don't need to throw away a vine of grapes. Grapes are goated as a snack fruit? Yeah, they're probably, like, the cleanest fruit you can eat. We haven't done a fruit tier list yet. But, like, I think grapes are honestly S tier. Grapes might be objectively the best fruit. They're not very messy. They're juicy. They're crispy. They are also, like, very easy to eat. There's little, like, there's little garbage to throw out when you're done eating it. You can't go wrong. Alright, so let's make ourselves a quit button. What I don't like about A-Sprite is that I have to constantly, like... I have to constantly choose to, like, redo the path I want to, like, send it to. Which is kind of annoying. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's not like that. It does actually save the path. It does actually save the path. Okay. So I guess what we can do is we can just copy this button. Copy this button. And then, I guess, just move it down. I don't know if anybody here has played Sonic Adventure 2, but the music playing right now, this is Mission Street. However, it's like a demo version, which is, like, weird to think about. There are, like, demos of games from 2001 or so, which is kind of weird to think about. Can you buy my art? Hi, Ash. Welcome back. It's weird to think it's like, oh yeah, you could get a demo on like a disc or something like that. As you may or may not know, I've been playing Greg Tech, and I finally got to the good part of the tech-based mod pack, the non-tech part. Oh, you mean the part where you can end the game and stop playing? Alright, there we go. That was an easy transition. So, now I guess, I'm thinking about how to handle the scripting. Like, I guess, do we want to just have a script? I guess we'll have to have a script attached to here. I got a timeout. I guess we can just have a script attached to this thing. I think that's what we want. I'm a few thousand hours from that. Yeah, and like, does that include the AFK time? I got to the magic second. What magic? Wait, what magic is in Greg Tech? What magic is in Greg Tech? I've never heard of that. Why the fuck is Thaumcraft in Greg Tech? What do you need Thaumcraft for? Not that I really know what you do in Thaumcraft. I have a new challenge, but what is your challenge? What is your challenge, Ash? I don't know what that stands for. Let me also, so here's what we're gonna do. What I did, and I wasn't sure if this was like a very smart idea, I started like moving all the stuff into their own folders. However, I think it's a good idea because later I'm gonna probably have multiple of each of these elements. So I guess like game might be what we want to toss this in. I think we can do that here. So let me create a mono behavior script for main menu. And I guess what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to attach this. We're gonna need to attach this to the game canvas. What is this? Yeah, I honestly don't know what that stands for. Alright, so I need to go to the canvas, and I need to attach the main menu. I guess I need a way to like determine which one I'm looking for here. I was playing a game with my friend and someone was hitting on me. I don't believe you. I didn't know you had friends. I thought you said you didn't talk to anybody. His Twitch user? So your parents let you hang out on a Twitch stream, but they don't let you have a Discord. Thaumcraft 4 is genuinely the coolest Magic mod in existence, not friends, but other streamer. Yeah. I would say that well, okay, I'm thinking like, which is a more dangerous environment to subject yourself to? Twitch or YouTube? Or, not YouTube, Twitch or Discord? I mean, like, well, I was like, what goes on in my Discord? Nothing really. Blue posts the same meme pretty much every day. Blue, do you make all of those? Like, are all those memes that you have posted in the meme channel yours? I was under the impression that you just kept replacing the image and just, like, editing it yourself. I find them randomly? Oh, okay. I honestly thought you just kept making more of them, and I was like, okay, she's just posting the same meme every single day. Excuse me. We gonna ignore the pedo? So was this an actual streamer that was doing this? You didn't, like, report this streamer? Hi, valid user. Welcome back. It wasn't the streamer? Well, I would recommend blocking all communication with that person if you haven't already. He was the friend I was playing with. Love the song. Yeah, it's like the one... I think I should insert more Ultra Kill music into the playlist, but I wasn't sure if it suited the vibe. This is the only Ultra Kill, like, piece of music that's in the playlist for these game dev streams. Yeah, I really am overdue to play Ultra Kill again. It's like, I think, normally when I don't play a game for very long, like, I just uninstall it from my computer, but Ultra Kill, I think I've had it installed for, like, 4 years, and I haven't opened it. I haven't opened it since I made those 2 videos on it. So I guess main menu button. I need a way to differentiate these two things. Main menu button and then quit button. Sorry, 1 second. Play Tekkit sped up on your phone so we can hear it. Otherwise, no. What are you talking about? I'm gonna lurk. I'm working with my brother. Yeah, that's no big deal. I'm gonna turn up the music slightly. Actually, wait. Let me go into, like, the actual thing. I'm gonna, like, max out the volume, but then I'm gonna turn it down slightly on OBS. There we go. Us equals me. He was the friend I was playing with. So if your friend's being, like, weird with you, you might want to say something then. I want to... So I think, like, when we open this, like, main menu script, I want to say we have, like, we're gonna need, like, a button object. No, why did I... Sometimes I hate, like, the autocomplete. I'm gonna turn on the speaker a little. The friend wasn't hitting on me. It was the random person. Okay. That makes more sense. So, button, main, menu, button. I was not okay. Did you tell your friend about it? Like, that person might want to know. You might want to mention that to your friend. Or anybody, honestly. Because, like, I don't know if I hope I'm not the first person. I hope I'm not the first person you're telling about this, because I don't know how much I'd be able to help you. You might want to just, like, tell your friend about this. So, quit button. He calls me a... Ew. Oh, your friend does that? So, okay, I guess this is the only way we'd be able to be explicit about this. So if I just serialize the fields, this is the only way we'd be able to be explicit about what buttons we're referring to. Play the finals? I don't really care about that game, honestly. I honestly don't think we need these. Like, we actually might not need either of these functions. Because I'm trying to remember, like, I'm trying to think about how we do buttons. How we handle buttons in Unity. I'm trying to remember how this works. Mario Sunshine music is crazy? Oh, you know Mario Sunshine. Good. Turn it up a bit more. Is that good? Because, like, it can be kind of inconsistent. Not all the tracks... Oh, I almost 100%ed it. Almost? What, blue coins? Blue coins, Stofty? Is that good? Is that good? How does that sound? I can't tell what this sounds like on stream. How does that sound? My ear. Alright, we're gonna turn it back down. I want to get the version. I want to get the version where it's like Isle Delfino, but it doesn't start. Do you know that? Do you know that version? Where it's like the Isle Delfino. It's like the Delfino Plaza theme, but like the actual melody never starts. It's only the beginning part. It's. I love that. I would crash out. Wait, hold up. Let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it. 1 second. Give me a second. Alright. Alright, we'll use this theme for a bit. You should add the Twitch sound effects, like in the bottom right. I have not set that up at all. Yeah, how do you like this? How do you like how this sounds? Hi, Lane. Like, honestly, it kind of freaks me out because I played Sunshine so much as a kid. I played Eclipse. I played that ROM hack Eclipse, and it was really good. All right, so let me stop distracting me. I need to go figure out how to. So runtime. So do I add the script like this? Yeah, and then I choose what function runs. Yeah, that's what has to happen. So I need a function called like void start game. Okay, this is actually it's actually starting to piss me off. I'm turning this off. It's actually like that's actually terrible. All right, go back to this. All right, go back to playing some of my actual music. So start game. What we also need is to include scene manager using Unity engine dot scene manager. Okay. I've been falling for 30 minutes. Have you now? I don't. You can like. I don't really. It's like if you tell a story, do one of your 2-sentence stories. They're more digestible for our evil small monkey brain. We're not ready for your more advanced stories. We're not ready for your more advanced stories about people killing each other for power. The music a little too loud? Oh, okay. I think it's because it's the fucking Pizza Tower music. How's that? It's because that Pizza Tower music is really loud. Okay, I need to. You recognize the meme, right? Yeah, it's from that Thor movie that of none I've watched, none of which I've watched. That's an oldie. Not sleep, just laying there. I've had that too. I've honestly had that happen to me. I need to turn on my speaker. Fucking hell. It's like my AC is also like a little quiet today, which is good. So now I should be able to go into here. I need build profile, add open scene, scene main menu. Can I rearrange these scenes? I can. Okay, good. I could do more lore for a different story. You gotta continue fleshing out your other one with the zombies the sentient zombies that keep eating each other for power. And I'm like, are you ready for, is like school starting up for you again? Or like, how's homeschool treating you? You're not gonna be in like a proper 8th grade room. Or I don't know, it's like, I think I asked you a couple times, was like, are you gonna ever be sent to like an actual high school? Thinking of why you haven't gone live for 11 days straight. Yeah, I just hadn't been feeling like it. And when they get too strong, they explode into more zombies. What do you mean starting? I don't know, it's just, I just wasn't feeling it. Let me also, I think I had another file where I was like, oh yeah, I think it was in the ship controller. Off camera, I added this. Off camera, I added a way to reset the game if I died. I'm trying to find where I did that. Was it under enemy controller? I think it was under game manager. Yeah, it was under game manager. Basically, what would happen is that if the ship was destroyed, we would use this method called invoke. We went over the base zombies. We went over the 7 gods and the base zombies. Oh, okay. And basically what would happen is that invoke would run a function called reload game. It takes two parameters, a string that represents the function it's meant to run, and a float for how much time passes before that. I did graduate this year, so I'm out of school. Like, done with school in general, or is it like, are we in like, I don't remember what phase of education you're in. Are you done with school just forever, or is this like, are you going to college, or are you going to high school? Yeah, and then we have scene manager, load scene, main game. So scene management, there's no way it's... I saw that buffer. Why did it do that? I'm 14 this year, dog. I saw that. It just buffered. This year, I'm an actual teenager. Congratulations. Congratulations. Alright, let me go find... Ship controller... No, this is ship controller. We don't need this. So, void start game. I think what I need to do, I need to go find the script. So under canvas, we need main menu button, and then we need quit button. Then what I need to do, I need to go here, and I need to find... I'm not entirely sure what I need to do. So let's try debug log start. Let's try that. Okay. The weakness is normally the opposite of their power. Done with school forever, possibly. I'm thinking of doing trade school. Oh, good. What kind of trade do you want to do? Does this thing have to be public? This thing might have to be public for this to function correctly. I mean, I don't mind making it public. It's not like it's going to be used anywhere else other than here. A2 plus B2 equals C2. Teleporting, it's just insane speed, so being slow is the weakness of that. Overall weakness, UV lights. Wait, so does the sun not fucking exist in your universe? That doesn't sound right. Okay, what am I missing here? Runtime. What am I missing here? Kind of. Okay, there's something I'm not understanding here. So what I need to do, button Unity, and then I need to kind of remind myself how to do this. So it says attach this script to a game object, create 3 buttons, select your game object in the hierarchy. First button, second button, third button. Yeah, sorry, 1 second. It blew up? Well, without a sun, no life on Earth. I'm getting to that. Yeah, I was like, let him cook. Maybe zombies can survive without... Maybe zombies can survive without UV, or like... They can survive without sunlight. Alright? I also noticed it's not shuffling. It's not... it never shuffles correctly. Jesus. Yeah, sorry, one second. I'm like... Add listener. You're banned. Unity button. Sorry, I'm like trying to remember how to do this. So button, the new input system. Serialize field for the button. Sorry, I'm like, I'm reading some documentation. What are some future videos planned? So what I want to do, I want to play more. I'm gonna finally get back into Stardew Valley. I think Terraria will come back at some point. And honestly, I might even just like spend some streams playing some random ass games. I don't know. It's like I look at my Steam library and I'm like, you know what? There are some games in here that I'm like, I kind of dislike that I've kind of limited myself on what games I've been playing. Because I kind of like the consistency, but then I was like, I really haven't played many games on stream very often. Like, many different games. I think I've been playing the same games for like a decent chunk of time. But Terraria will probably come back, and it probably won't be Masochist mode. It'll probably be something else. One second, I'm like reading more about this. So runtime. So attach. Oh, wait a minute. Is it attach the game object, not the... So don't do this. It's attach... Button. Sorry, I'm like still reading stuff. You should play the finals, let everyone play. I don't know, it's like, I do know what that game is, but I just don't care to play it. Why? Does the script need to be attached to this? What if I attach this object to it, then what? Set active. Canvas scaler. Raycaster, main menu. Okay, there it is. Start game. I can help you with the grind. You'd have fun. It's your kind of game. What? We're talking about like the first-person shooter, the finals, right? The Battle Royale game. Have you seen me play any damn Battle Royales like in the past year? Or any like PvP games in general? I'd warn you, I would not be good. I would not be very good at it. Like I used to play a decent amount of like first-person shooters with my friends Joel and Nate. I'm not either. Did you watch Solar Spears? I watched a bit of it, and I didn't really get too into it. I don't know if the humor was really for me. I did give it a chance, though. But I didn't really get into it. Let's see if this works, by the way. So, what should happen is that if I click on this button, it should print something to the console. Yes, that's exactly what I want to happen. Alright, perfect. Can I post something to derail the stream for 3 minutes? And what would that be? What are you about to send me? What could be so important? What could be so important you need to derail my grind for 3 minutes? The Man in the Woods on YouTube? Which Man in the Woods? It's fire and some bars? Is this like a rap video you're trying to send me? So we need to also... I need to determine what is the quit application. There's like a method called quit application. There is one. So application.quit. Yeah, application.quit. I need this line of code. So it's as simple as that. So basically, if that button is ever clicked, the game closes. Make sure to watch all of it. It's very funny. My brother thinks it's funny. I mean, like, the first few minutes, I just wasn't sure if I really, like, thought it was that funny. And it's like, humor is subjective, and we all have like different like perspectives on what we find funny. I don't know. I'm not sure if I've done anything on stream that is like, if I've watched anything on stream, like, and you've seen what has made me like laugh to tears. I don't know if I've ever like had anything on stream that has made me do that. It's like there have been moments with my friends, there have been moments with like memes I've watched where I have like died laughing. But those videos, I didn't really get too into. I maybe got like 10 minutes in, and I was like, it's all right. I could see why people would like it, but I just didn't really care for it. Very sad news that YouTube canceled season 2 of Solar Spheres. Why does YouTube get a say in that? Why does YouTube get a say in whether they can continue it or not? So quit game. All right. So what this should do? What is it? Okay. Watch this video. Alright, 1 second. Copy link. I'm gonna dump this in our Discord. And I'll watch it some other time, alright? Derailing the stream? Do not derail my grinding. Do not derail my work. So I don't really know what'll happen here. What happens if I click quit while it's in simulation mode? I'm not sure if it worked. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. So, try that. Okay, I might get Discord to spite and get banned on purpose. Something about legal issues or copyright, I don't know. What copyright? It's like, what in the video has that problem? I don't know, it's just like, it's just a shitpost. That entire, well, so far, it seemed like just a giant shitpost. Not really sure what trouble you could get into with these videos. Alright, so it seems to be working. I don't know, I'm gonna trust that if I ever build the game and make an exe file from it, clicking the quit button should actually quit the game. It doesn't run an error. It doesn't seem to throw an error. So now all we need to do is we need to go back into the script, and we need to... So it's like scene manager dot load scene. And then it's the same, it's main game is what we want. So that should load the game once you click the start button. And this is the scene that you will load into when you start the game. I don't really know. I think this is when I reordered the scenes in the build profile, I want to say that if I ever build the game, it should start at scene 0. I think it will do that. If I click start, you know, after turning on the game. Come on. They copied NASA, Roscosmos, UN, and the country balls. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Oh. Alright, cool, it works. Perfect. Now, the thing is that if I die... So, I've also got it set, so if I die, the enemies all flee away. And then also, it reloads the entire game. Which, I don't think that's ideal to do that. I don't think that's what I'd want to do right now. I don't know, I wonder if it's like, if I die, maybe just send me back to the main menu. Maybe I should just do that instead. I don't know, I'm still like, I'm still not entirely sure if I want to do like a health system or if I wanted to do like different rules. I still haven't like fully understood what I wanted to do with like the damage and health system yet. Because we could keep it really simple, where it's just like, oh, if I die, I just die. It's just over. I don't know if I want to have a life system. Not entirely sure yet. I also haven't, that meteorite, that meteorite there, it's not, it doesn't have any functionality yet. I haven't, like, coded the asteroid, controller yet. So yeah, I guess we have, like, a little thing here. So if we want to give the game like a snappy title, I think I called the project folder Starfare, which was like a very generic like space name for a game. But we'll work with it because I just need a name for something. So we'll just make like a logo. We'll just make like a really cheap logo. All right. So lower this. YouTube is in boycott right now for identification and showing your personal info. And Roblox for safety and Minecraft for some random stuff. Yeah, I'm not really sure how the boycott will turn out for YouTube. It was kind of part of the reason I wasn't streaming the past few days, because I was just kind of thinking about it. But like one thing for sure I knew was that I wanted to come back and continue this game like on stream. I knew I wanted to come back and do this. But like that's part of the reason I haven't been playing any games recently on stream. Was just because I was just kind of sitting around thinking about it. Which, I don't know, I don't get anywhere when I just sit around and, like, think about what could be and what I couldn't do. It's like this game, we didn't get this far in the game with me just sitting on my bed doing something. Do a masochist mode where if you die, deletes your game data, crashes it, opens up Ultra Kill, then a text that says get good. Look, when Ultra Kill is out of early access, we'll go back and play Ultra Kill. Alright, I don't know why it's a very, like, strange logo. Yeah, there we go. Don't worry, it'll look much better. It'll look much better on a black background. Yeah, I'll make sure to send press kits for people that want to see that. Oh, speaking of, like, anybody that wants a game key. Actually, one second, let me open this. So I received this game. I received the game key for this. I guess we can open this and see what this is. Hope it's not malware. Because there were very few things that I saw. There were very few things I saw about this game. I want to turn off the music. Oh no, don't tell me that this game is stuck in full screen. Alright, you want to name this cat? This game is basically, I don't know who the hell, like, I don't know who the hell sent me this. Like, whoever the developer was that sent me this, but they were like, hey, do you like playing games where you sit and do nothing? And the game just kind of does whatever? And I was like, why would I ever play a game that's like that? But I accepted the game key anyway, and it just gave me this. Yeah, okay, that's like a huge deal breaker if this game cannot be played in windowed mode, and I can't make the window music and sound. Yeah. Well, that's a damn shame. YouTubers are changing their photos to paper clips. Yeah, it's Clippy, the paper clip. I am aware of that. Like I said, that was the reason why I wasn't really making any videos or streams lately. Because I was just kind of like reflecting on like what to do with it. How do you gift to Steam shit? I mean, you just go into Steam and then you add it to your cart and then you send it as a gift to someone. That's all you do. Alright, I've seen enough. I don't know, I was like, okay, maybe they need to turn that interval up. Because I was like, man, that's taking a while before anything actually appears. Alright, thank you for the game. Thank you for the game, whoever sent that to me. I think their name was in, like, Chinese or Japanese. I wasn't sure. If the game is free, do I do that? Well, the game is like $1. I don't know, it's like an idle game. But the problem is, it's kind of an inconvenient idle game to play. It's an inconvenient idle game to play if you can't make it windowed and adjust the screen size. Don't do that. Okay, rename. What are you going to do tomorrow? I don't even know. Like honestly, I'm still like, when you talk to me, when you've been talking to me about that, now that you've like brought up the topic, it's like I talked about it on Discord, and I was like giving my thoughts about like what would I even do, and like what would creators even do? Because it's like such a weird situation. Do you answer what? Like, it's when I saw that change happen, and I saw like the outrage against that, I was like, what? It made me like question, like, it made me question myself to the point where even if I want to continue like doing anything on this, which like I feel like I still will ultimately do that. Hi, Corrupt, yeah, and welcome back, Corruptify. I probably might. I think I will still ultimately continue on and like continue making videos and live streams. But it's just like I think it's very hard to make a competitor for YouTube. It would be very hard to do it. There would have to be a lot of money involved. And it would have to be like, you would need like a monetary incentive for creators to jump over. It's like if Kick just became like a streaming site and offered no monetary incentive to be on that site, no one would go there. No one would go there. That's one of the main reasons people use YouTube. Nowadays, like modern YouTube. Make every seed in all the mods 10 that you haven't made yet. Yeah, I'll continue all the mods 10. I was taking a break from it. Open Steam and go to store and type in egg and look at it. What are we looking at now? What are we looking at now? I think I worked off my sickness again. I was feeling bad, but I guess if you worked hard enough, you'll not get sick. That is an egg. That is just an egg. That is an egg. It's also 76%. You know what? I was honestly about to say, if that's what uses 70% of my GPU power. Yeah, I was like, no, this game looks way too simple. There's got to be something under the hood that this game is. I suspect that this is like a cryptocurrency miner. Okay. What else do I need here? So now that we've added the logo, we need to also like move it to the front. And then why is it just an S? Why the fuck did it do that? Did I export it as a sprite sheet? I didn't mean to do that. I have to take a bath now. I'm stinky. Bank info gone the next morning. Export as... No, I didn't. Okay, delete this. I don't know why it did that. Okay, 1 second. So delete this. I think we need to even adjust this. So 32, I need the filter mode, no filter, and compression, no compression. Apply that. Then I need to go in and actually edit the sprite itself. Say hi to Kitty. He's right in front of me. Hey, send a picture of that cat. Why are you holding out on us? Automatic. It's like, how about you just don't do that? Pivot center. Like, how about you just don't do that? What can I say don't do that at all? You want an egg? I mean, I still have eggs, but I'm kind of out of, like, I'm out of fish sauce. I need to take a trip to Argyle. And if nobody lives in Chicago, you would have no idea where the hell I'm talking about. You have no idea what Argyle is. Basically, Argyle is like this small community in the Chicago neighborhood that is solely like, it's like a tiny Vietnamese town. It's basically a tiny Vietnamese town. Aw. That's a nice cat. That's a nice cat. Thank you. Now, what I'm trying to figure out, I have 18,000 chickens, so I think I have enough eggs. Sprite editor, position, slice, don't do automatic. It's just like, don't do it at all. Like, fuck. Like, why is it? Don't slice it. "30 miles from St. Louis. I live in a small town in Missouri." I knew someone that used to live in Missouri, and then she moved to Florida. Alright, that is super fucking annoying. See, like, why did it do that? Why did it add, like, an animation controller? It's not supposed to be a sprite sheet. Add egg to your stream? How about we don't do that? It uses up 70% of my GPU usage. Why the fuck would I do that? Yeah, why is it... Lamp... Mesh type sprite mode. No, it's a single sprite. It's a single sprite. Finally. Where on earth is this? Where did it even appear? Why is it so hard to get this thing working? Why on earth is this so hard to get functioning? Okay, delete this. I was in Florida for over a year. Yeah, I went to Florida maybe once. Okay, now we're working with something that makes a little more sense. I don't know what the hell was happening there. And then how about we move the canvas down a little? Then move this higher. Why can't I spend Microsoft points on my Steam account? I don't know, maybe because the currencies don't transfer. That title text is goated. I don't know, it looks very gangly. Which is like, I had another game idea. Which is just like, I need to stop coming up with game ideas and flesh out the ones that I actually am thinking about. Which, like, I had like a space themed one. That was also kind of like, it was a bit inspired by like Power Rangers. Which it's like it's about like a gang of like mercenary space pilots. Which is like, I don't know, it's like totally not Star Fox. I had an idea for that too. Why are you whispering? What am I? I'm not whispering. This is my normal talking. This is how I normally sound. Kind of does actually. Yeah, I don't know why this looks like a graffiti. Why does this look like something that'd be like plastered on? I can't hear you. What do you mean? I sound completely fine. Yeah, I see that on OBS. I sound completely fine. You want me to be spicy? What about that? Yeah, he sounds fine to me. Okay. I can be spicy. Not too spicy. Alright, so, well, that's, I guess, like, that's all we really need to do for the main menu. The main menu is now done. It's like, it already works. Like, it does everything it needs to do. Now, here's the thing. Basically, what I want to do, we're now in the meat of the stream. This is what I want to get done now. So basically, what I want to do, I want to implement a way to have, like, levels in the game. Like, waves. So basically, if you guys have ever played Journey of the Prairie King on Stardew Valley, basically what would happen is that in the first level, you would, like, be fighting enemies, and you have to, like, survive the wave until, like, the timer is up. And then once the timer is up and all the enemies are dead, then you move on to the next wave. You gotta go to dinner? Alright, hot and spicy. I actually did eat like bún boe. If you've ever had like Vietnamese cuisine, which is just like it's like rice noodles, like very tasty rice noodles. It's like the specific kind of rice noodles, and it's also got beef and like a pig's foot in it. But like that sounds disgusting, but a pig's foot is actually good. Old One's Army type shit, but like actually good. Well, no, if you watch me play Stardew Valley, and you watch me play if you've seen the game Journey of the Prairie King, which is a game within that game, you'd understand what I'm going for. All right, so now what I need to do, we now need to save this scene. So now that this scene works completely fine, we can so what happens if I remove this scene? Or no, you can't remove this scene. So scene, add main game, and then remove the scene. Both scenes should never be coexisting. What happens if I hit play? Will it just play from this scene, or do I have to configure? I think in Godot, it gave me a way to configure which scene it started with. Okay, so if this scene is loaded up first, I don't know. I wonder if I'd have to. I mean, I don't really. I guess that's a question we can answer later. But in Godot, it gave you a way to determine which scene you started from, like which was the main scene. I'm under the impression that Unity might have a feature just like that too. Yeah, you're probably wondering what this giant white bar is. So between streams, I've added another game canvas element, and I've added something called a slider. So this is how we're gonna handle the timer. Basically, that white bar at the bottom is the timer. I only eat pork chops, pork ribs, ham, bacon, sausage. I don't know, you enjoy beef every now and then? I mean, I enjoy any meat that does not have bones that remain afterwards. You know, because it's clean. It's easier to work with. You only have the packaging it came in to throw out. So it's like beef, pork. Yes. Anything that doesn't come with the bones that I don't need to worry about. But then again, some of the ones that do come attached to the bone, like that's like the best part of it. That's like the most tender part of it. So I guess what we would want to start with is we'd want to make a way. What's your opinion on lamb? Lamb's fine. I've had lamb once. I've had lamb once at this one like Russian restaurant, and it was actually pretty damn good. It was pretty damn good, but it was like I don't know. It's not like as the Twitch. Not again. Twitch stream is acting up again. Yeah, lamb is decent. I don't know. I guess like most meat, I do like beef, any type of beef. Yeah, it's like most meat is great. I felt a stutter. There was a slight stutter. Because again, I don't know what's going on. Even before my sister came home, like the internet was being weird. Only for a short moment. So here's the thing. I need to think about like the process. So the moment you click the start button, I want to say we want to have the game tell you what wave we're on. Then the timer starts, and so we're in like the game phase. We're in the game phase once that happens. And then basically, when the timer runs out and when all the enemies on screen are dead, then the level ends. And then it'll transition again into the next level. You need to drink hot water to dehydrate. Or something like that. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Drink hot water to dehydrate? Speaking of water, I might get water in a second. I am a little thirsty. I ran out of grapes. And it's like, I got a second container of grapes. But honestly, I was meaning to eat the grapes were meant to last me the entire stream. But I kind of started eating the grapes before I started streaming. You should have that one Ultra Kill feature where you can start at higher waves if you made it to double that wave number. Alright, let's not get too crazy here. It's like, I just want to make a basic wave loop. I want to make a very basic wave loop. Now, I'm just kind of thinking about where this needs to be done. And I'm kind of like scared to admit, no, we don't need to do this in enemy spawner. I don't think that we don't need to do more enemy spawner stuff. It's kind of like, in the game manager, I guess like in the game manager, we'd want to run a function. Let me test something. test something. If shift.setActive is equal to true, dot is there not is active. You should low-key implement the ultra kill coins. Honestly, I kind of have an idea of how you could implement it. But I was just like, I don't know, that seems too complex of a bullet pattern for the enemies you're dealing with. Well, then again, I don't know. I want to get better at implementing, like, interesting bullet patterns. Because, like I said, the game I had the idea, the idea I had back in the One Block streams, that idea for that game I had, that's kind of like a bullet hell RPG of the likes of Deltarune, that's also what I was thinking of. Because, like, the idea is that, imagine the yellow heart. Imagine the yellow soul color from Deltarune and, like, Undertale Yellow. But, like, you turn that up to 11, and you basically have, like, all these gimmicks that determine, like, what kind of, like, weapons or projectiles fire out of, like, your soul, quote-unquote. And that's how you fight. Instead of, like, basic attack, like, input, and instead of, like, a basic attack command in an RPG, you just fire at the enemy. Add breakable crates that drop useful things. Yeah, I might do that, too. So, basically, like, maybe a crate can fly by, and you just shoot it. Like, a small crate could fly by, and you just shoot it, and like, an item pops out. That's actually a good idea. I was just thinking of making the item just float by instead of having a box. It's like, I want to say that there was a function that determines if it was is static, is destroyed. Is it, I guess, like, I don't know. I guess, like, if it's not destroyed. Like, I want to see if it detects the ship. I just want to see if it's detecting the ship here. I just want to check. Alright, there we go. So what I'm gonna do, let me load up the main menu scene again, and then remove scene. So if I hit play, that function should not be running. That if statement should not be true. But once I hit play, yeah, see, now it says, now it knows the ship exists. So when the scene is loaded, the object is initialized anyway, so I don't need to initialize the ship myself. I don't seem to need to initialize the ship myself. I think, like, for now, what I'll do, I think I'm just gonna have if the ship is destroyed, invoke void load main menu, and then scene manager dot load scene, and then load main menu. So basically, if you die, it just sends you back to the main menu. Okay. Apparently there was an update for all the mods 10. He showed something about it. There's an all the mods 10 to the skies now, apparently. I honestly could have sworn they said they weren't intending to make a skyblock this time around. Like, I thought they said they were intending to do something different, but I guess maybe they just changed their minds. I thought they were planning to do something different. Alright, let's... So once he clicks start, we have this. Which, like, yeah, and then, oh. And then it should just... Okay, that's an interesting error. Load main... Oh, load game menu. What the hell? How the hell did I do that? It's like you wouldn't be able to detect that error. Like, I had to stare at that for a bit. One block, skyblock, all the mods 10. Honestly, I bet you could probably do it. You could probably start with like the Sky Factory start. Like if they gave you the Sky Factory preset to start with. Sometimes I feel like modern Minecraft mod packs baby you a little too much. They baby you a little too much. Like All the Mods 10 has a lot of like quality of life to just get you to skip most of like a good chunk of the early game. So I actually went back and played the original Tekkit. I went back and played the original Tekkit, and I honestly thought it was like strangely fun. Like working with such a limited set of mods. I mean, classic Tekkit is very, very unbalanced. It's very, very unbalanced because EMC ruins everything. Once you unlock a transmutation table, it's over. It's the playthrough's over. But it's like fun. It's kind of fun. All right, this should it takes you back to the main menu. So I guess like what I would want to do. Yeah, I'm like thinking about how this would look. Because I guess like that's fine for now. That's fine for now. So now we have like a proper gameplay loop. Like theoretically, like this is already like a decently functioning game now. It's like a convincing game now. I downloaded 1Block Lucky Block for Minecraft Bedrock on Xbox. Yeah, this is now a convincing game. It's got a main menu. You can click start. It's got a quit button. When you click start, it just starts the game. Give me a second. Just let it cook. So you start the game. Let the enemies all spawn in. And then if you die, it just takes you back to the main menu. Can you add Lucky Block to All the Mods 10? Yeah, but there would be no merit in doing so. It's like Lucky Blocks don't drop anything that would change anything about All the Mods 10 that dramatically. It wouldn't. Alright, so now what needs to happen is that, like, we need to have a way to, like, have it like an intro part of the level, where it's like, it tells you what wave you start on, and then it starts the enemy spawner. So it's like, the enemy spawner needs to be turned off. The enemy spawner needs to be, like, turned off for a moment. I don't know, I'm like, how confusing does it get? If it's like, how confusing can this potentially get if I have too many public methods? Because sometimes it's like, if I want to modify something from a different script, I'm like, oh, do I just make a public method and just have someone modify it elsewhere? You can make a setter. You can make a getter or a setter. You can do that. That'd probably be the best way to do it. What if you edit the drops on the Lucky Block? I don't know how to do that. So I don't feel inclined to do that. So let me add back. I'm not sure if there's a better way to do this. Like just to switch scenes. Because I feel like I need to now change to the game scene and then remove scene. So take me back to this scene. So basically, I need a function called like begin level. I need a function called begin level where it's like, okay, we don't want any enemies spawning or asteroid spawning. I might add like I might start working on the controller for the asteroid now. Because like I don't think this should be very difficult. It's like the asteroid controller is currently blank. And let me pull up the ship controller. I don't know, I guess it's like, it's just gonna choose a direction and move in it, I guess. I don't know, it's like, I need a way for it to be able to just like keep going across the screen. I'm like thinking about it. So where's the chaser controller? So obviously, it's like, what needs to happen is that it needs to find a... You can download a Lucky Block editor for Java additional add-ons. It gives you anything from those mods. Yeah, but that would require me to like do a bunch of like back-end work, and I don't feel like doing that right now. I don't have the time to. I need a flawless diamond for a new machine, and my sifter just spat out an even higher tier of diamond, which I can't use. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I haven't found diamonds at all yet in Greg Tech. Because I haven't had the time to play Greg Tech. There's a lot of things I just wish I had more time for. It's like time has been my ultimate currency. I don't know. It's like the dream is like if I got $1 million, like if I was given enough money to live the rest of my life how I wanted, I would just like completely devote that goal to honestly just making a game. Because I think that's like the creative endeavor I kind of want to strive for. But right now I need a job. Right now I need to find something important to do. Which, like, I'm still looking. And it's like, I was talking with some friends about it. Do it on a day that you get a chance to do it. Yeah, it's just like, that would take away time for me learning Unity and whatnot. And I don't know, I'm under the impression that we use Java for this, for like the add-ons for this kind of stuff. So I don't know if I'd be inclined to do it. There's a 12% chance for Flawless Diamond and a 3% chance for the Exquisite Diamond I just got. Yeah, I'm just kind of checking this. So this, the behavior for this only determines, like, this determines what the enemy does once it spawns. This isn't where the enemy is actually spawned. The enemy spawners initializes the enemy. Huh. So vector, ship position, calculate ship. I don't know. What if, how about this? What if it's like, basically, it's gonna, I think I'll only have this item, I'll only have this asteroid spawn on either the left or the right side. Actually, no, maybe I can, it'll be easier if I just make it spawn from anywhere. I just make it spawn from any direction. It'll be easier. So basically, what it's gonna do, what I could have the asteroid do very easily, basically, it's gonna get the ship's location, but it'll only get the ship's location for that frame, and then move in that direction. Not like move to where it was, just move in that direction. Okay, wait, let me, 1 second. I know it's a bit cliche to do something like this, but you'll know what I mean when I do it this way. So basically what I'm saying is, like, let's say this is the ship. And like, this is one of its, this is like the location it's at. Let's say an asteroid is initialized. Basically, it's going to get this location. It's going to get this location. However, when the ship moves to somewhere like, say, like here, and then like the ship like is now like over here, the frame it got that location, it's now going to just travel through that point and like off beyond that direction. That's what that means. That's what I mean. So essentially, we need this vector. We need this vector. Which it's like, we've already got part of the answer here. We've got part of the answer here. And also, by the way, I am aware that there's a normalize method, which I have not implemented into this yet. I learned about it a couple days ago. I learned that you would not need to do this. It's like, I think you wouldn't even need this. Yeah, I actually think if you, let's say I comment this out. Let me show you what I mean. If I do this, if I just take the two differences and then do dot normalize. It's like, that's diabolical. That's so crazy. We spent so long mathing that out. We spent way longer than we should have mathing it out, and it turned out there was a function that just did it. There's a method that just does it. Diamond laser beam that can melt the metal of the asteroid. So let me see if this still works. Okay, so we have eliminated 3 lines from our code. We have essentially eliminated 3 lines from our code. We don't need this shit. Getting the hypotenuse? Get that shit out of here. Get that out of here. We don't need it. We don't need the hypotenuse anymore. We only need the difference in X and the difference in Y. And then we normalize it. Welcome to Unity. What Lucky Block mods exist in Java? Well, there's just the Lucky Block mod. That's where it originally came from. There's like other stuff. There's like other like Lucky Block shenanigans that probably exist too. It did the thing where it paused the playlist. So I'm thinking about how to do this. So let's focus on getting the asteroid spawned in the first place. So it turns out we will have to modify the enemy spawner again. Because pretty much every NPC is going to be spawned from here. Like, what variants? Give me a second. Look, if we want to go down this rabbit hole right about now. Like what? Minecraft. So there's like lucky blocks. Can you get rid of that blue if you're there? API. I don't know. Let's say if I type lucky block into the search. Here's what you get. So you have like the main lucky block mod, which is like the one everybody uses. There's Duckmaster's lucky blocks. There's lucky block Siege, which is something else. There's obviously like its sister mod called Chance Cubes, which is like some other thing entirely. But if you go on CurseForge, this is what you get. Welcome back, Ash. There's lucky block Cobblemon apparently. That's interesting. All right, we're getting sidetracked here. All right, so because this enemy spawner has been far gone, now what we're gonna do is do header. Not chaser. We want asteroid spawn location waiting. We're getting to. This is gonna get ridiculous. This one file is crazy. All right, so what we need are values that are kind of similar to these values here. Want to know some Ash lore? And what's the lore about your what is there to know? So asteroid max count, which honestly we're gonna keep this at 1. So asteroid chance. The chance is essentially going to be. Let's make it 10 for. Let's just make it 10%. Alright, let's just make it 10%. Alright, so basically the spawn enemy. I had to refactor the spawn enemy, like the spawn function. So as you can see, I think I posted that. I teased this in chat. Not in chat, I teased this on Discord. Because I was like, I just made the most diabolical function possible. I just made the most diabolical function possible. So basically we have this. So spawn count. Wait, what's going on? I can be a girl within 0.2? What are you talking about? Alright, so here's what needs to happen. So spawn enemy, it needs to be like, we need to get a game object for the asteroid. That is my phone. And I'm behind stream. I can change my voice from male to female. Don't do it. Oh, okay. It was a YouTube notification. Alright, so it needs to be 10%. And then what also needs to happen is spawn enemy asteroid that needs to be bottom, and then asteroid left. So that is how you initialize an asteroid. That is how you initialize an asteroid. Max amount to spawn. One second, I'm just Oh shit, this is You got a game of voice chat? What? No, not at the moment. Okay, I need to generalize this value too. Or like specify like what value. So this is also for chasers. So chaser max amount to spawn. Take this, move this down here. And then we're also gonna need one for this. Which is like, obviously, that value is also just gonna be 1. It's like, I think there are way better ways to do this. There are way better ways to do this. And I choose not to explore those ways. So float max amount to spawn. And then what needs to happen is chaser max amount to spawn, and then asteroid max amount to spawn, which we know is only 1. Then we also need to make sure we need to get a shit. Spawn count. Oh, right. This needs to be in a separate if statement. Like, this needs to be in a separate if statement when this happens. Yeah, translate? What are you even talking about? Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll have to nest some if statements. It'll be something like this. And then we'll need another if statement that checks for, like, there needs to be an asteroid spawn increment. Which is like, what? Spawn time. Yeah, it's like this spawn time will probably stay the same. It's like, I feel like this would get very performance intensive at a certain point. Okay, what's going on? Like, I know, this is kind of disgusting, but I honestly think we might roll with this. You're crazy? And then we're gonna need to get an asteroid count, which I believe asteroid count, that function there happens inside the other file. Yeah, so what I also need to do is do asteroid dot get components asteroid controller. I will just start there for a second, because we need to actually work on the asteroid. It's probably gonna need functions just like this. Self-betterment? Nah, I choose stubborn jank. Yeah, nothing. There's very unholy things happening right here. Int asteroid count. Yeah, there's very unholy things happening here. And then this needs to be a static value. Turkish? I don't know. It's like, I feel like there could have been an opportunity to make like a... Okay, no, that track for some reason just has like silence after it. Okay, whatever. I'll come up from the basement. So like the chaser controller, it has these 4 functions that kind of control how many of them there are. So asteroid controller dot reset, not chaser count. Yeah, I honestly think there could be. Well, if it's like for modifying a static variable. Jesus. I have a challenge for you. Translate this. I don't feel like it. I just don't feel like doing that. Reset asteroid count. Because like when the enemy spawner begins, it needs to reset the asteroid count. So asteroid spawn time increments. Then we need a new if statement here for determining how to spawn enemies. Asteroid spawn increment will equal 0f when this happens too. So now what needs to happen is that we need to copy this statement, but just replace every instance of chaser with asteroid. Remove that, and then capitalize that. Okay. I want to say it's already good to go. Oh, right. Shit. It needs to increment that specific counter. I guess that could happen there. I just kind of noticed that. That can happen there. Wait, yeah, maybe we don't need this to be like this. We might actually just be able to get rid of this line. Or no, what would happen is that... Remove this. You now happen here. I think that should work. Yeah, because we don't want to do it inside this statement. We need to keep this if statement as generalized as possible. So now what needs to happen is I need to check out the asteroid controller. We need this count. We need to use this. So go asteroid, we need asteroid, and then we need asteroid. I don't know, I want to see what this looks like in the project. And I want to say asteroid will also need to become a prefab. Asteroid will need to join the prefab gang. Alright, so here in the asteroid, we now need to attach the asteroid controller. And then inside the enemy spawner, we also need to attach the asteroid object, which, like I said, we need to first make this into a prefab. So enemy spawner, use this. And now we can delete this, and let's see if the asteroid will actually spawn. Let's see if the asteroid will actually spawn anywhere outside the boundary. I don't see it. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Let me find the enemy spawner. Yeah, max amount to spawn, max count. I'm like looking at it and I'm like, it doesn't look like it's spawning. Keep track of what you did? I'll try to. Okay, so that didn't seem to work. I guess like chaser max count. Let me just like do this to make sure okay, yeah, that's working fine. Now what I need to do, let me go check the enemy spawner. Something's not working correctly. So if asteroid spawn increment is greater than spawn time, asteroid spawn increment is increasing. Asteroid spawn chance right, asteroid spawn chance bottom. Let's just try to force one. Let's try to force one, like, up here. We'll try to force one in a random location up top. What is it, Ash? Gonna go get something to eat? Alright, start a cell. The asteroid is not spawning. That is very curious. Why is it not? I've kind of configured it so it spawns up. It should always spawn at the top. At the moment. So spawn increment. Get asteroid count. Static and asteroid count. So it should be 0. Enemy spawner, tell me what's going on. How about this? Debug. Show me this number. Show me the answer. Maybe I'll understand what's going on here, or why that could be happening. Because like there's something I'm clearly not seeing. Also, I mean, like, does it really? How much does it matter? How much does it matter if I'm out of focus? It's dark. I've embraced the darkness. Speaking of which, they announced a Lego Batman movie. Or not, a Lego Batman game. And I was like, yo, low-key, we could actually play that. Okay, wait, yeah, see? 1. They actually did announce a Lego Batman game. They also, but like, even more importantly, they announced a Bubsy game. They announced a new Bubsy game that's coming out. And I was like, yo, hold up, maybe this game might actually be good. I'm always down to try new platformers. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay, let me see if it's actually, like... Let me see if it's actually getting into this statement here. Okay, how about, like, move this up? Let me also go and like clean up some debug stuff. I think in the ship controller I wrote like a message. Or no, it was in like game manager, wasn't it? Yeah. We don't need this function. We don't need to check this for now. But we'll like maintain. I think the game manager might have like some neat stuff that we can work with. I don't know. I think like for a first game, this isn't too bad. But I think there's probably like a lot I can learn from. I might share this on the Unity Discord. Like, people are gonna look at this. People are gonna look at, like, this file, and they're gonna think, like, this is diabolical. This is awful. What I've created. Let's try this again. Your background music, keep talking, I'm close. Wait, no, it actually did spawn an asteroid. It did spawn an asteroid. Okay, wait, we're good. We're in business. All right, so what needs to happen? Let's say the asteroid count is 10. Spawn me 10 random asteroids. You're my background music, keep talking, I'm close. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you didn't know, I'm a certified, I wasted like 2 years in grad school in yapology. I'm that guy. Okay, what the hell? There's only one asteroid. What's going on here? Don't move. Enemy spawner. Second. So spawning, it did actually spawn an asteroid. Increment asteroid counter. Get asteroid count is less than asteroid max count. Which that should make complete sense. Too low of a chance? It should be 100, honestly. The chance is supposed to be set to 100. It should always spawn at the top. Oh, wait. No, so, like, there's a chance. Okay, I keep forgetting. We've, like, nested. There's, like, nested chances. No. Oh, my God. It's so stupid. Okay, so, like, what happens is that when we run spawn enemy, there is, like, a chance. It picks a random side. It picks a random side, but then there's a chance of whether that spawn will actually happen. So, like, basically, it is spawning on the top. So, basically, it'll roll like a 4-sided die. Think of it that way. It'll roll a 4-sided die, and the number will represent which side it spawns it on. However, when it chooses a side, it will then roll another die to determine based on the spawn chance. Based on the spawn chance specifically for that side. And then it will determine if it actually goes through with the spawn. Otherwise, it doesn't. So, in order to see if this truly works, we need to basically set every side to 100%. I know, it's stupid. It's really stupid, but I think it's the only way we were able to get this to properly work. To get this to work very specifically the way I wanted it to. Yes, that's what we're looking for. Okay, perfect. So if I wanted, I could theoretically turn this game into Asteroids. If I wanted to. It's like, I talked about this to one of my friends. I talked about this, rolls a 4-sided die, then flips a coin. Well, no. So, like, this chance... What the fuck were the numbers here for this? I think for now... So, basically, when it rolls like the die... I'm, like, thinking about this. It's so stupid. It's like... There's 2 rolls it has to pass in order to get an enemy to spawn. It's so dumb. This spawn enemy function is running way more times than it should. It probably is. There's probably a way better way to do this. It's so dumb. It's so awful. I think, like, for now, we want this to be 0. We want this to be 0. Keep these 2 at 100. It's not that deep. Keep these at 100, and then there will only be 1 meteor. There will only be 1 meteor. There will only be 1 asteroid. There will only be 1 asteroid. So we should get like an asteroid that eventually spawns on either like the left or the right side. Oh, right. Right, okay. So what happens is that... Oh shit, yikes. Fucking hell. Wait, how did I do this before then? How would this have worked with this? I'm playing the finals? Like, how does this work with the enemies then? You should too. I don't know, not feeling it. Wait, 1 second. I'm like, what? My confidence in my enemy spawner function is fading again. What is it? I noticed this statement only runs once. When that should not be the case. That shouldn't be the case. I think what I'm gonna need to go do, I'm gonna need to track this value too. I'm gonna need to, so debug dot log. Show me this value too. Your name sounds like a 4-year-old holding a massive lollipop. I don't know, I was thinking of shortening my name to Dan. Like if I just wanted all my friends to refer to me as Dan instead of Danny. I was thinking about it. I didn't do that through college because one of my friends, we started calling him Dan. And I was like, well, I guess I'm just Danny now. Yeah, show me what's going on with this. That's what I thought was happening. Somehow the spawn increment value isn't being reset, and I don't know why. Which that shouldn't be the case. Want to hear the clicks? No, I don't. Asteroid spawn increment, spawn time. God damn. It's like, I might have to pass this increment. No, wait, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. It makes a copy of the value. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. That'd get weird. That would get way too weird. Man, what the hell do I do with this then? I'm also just not sure why it runs once. I don't know, for some reason it thinks it spawned an asteroid, and I All right, so the only way to solve this problem, I think this is the only way we'd be able to solve this problem. So it's like there will only ever be one asteroid on the screen. There will only ever be one asteroid on the screen. I don't know why. It's like... Oh, wait. No, it shouldn't even be incrementing the, Oh, wait, yeah, this would create some, like, huge problems if we did this. I hope you have a nice day. Welcome back. This would create some really serious problems if we did it this way. Because, like I said, sometimes the spawn just doesn't happen. The spawn just decides not to happen. Huh, how do we do this? I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's say we make all the function. Let's say we make these two objects have the same function names. And we know which one they're going to be talking about. Because, like, we pass the respective object in there anyway. Like this. Then an enemy spawner, what we then have to do. Like, I didn't realize the consequences of this. Wait, no, then you'd have to... Wow, shit. We would have to pass in the counter to... No, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Did you try the itch game? I did. I liked it. I don't know if I'd, like, play it for a stream, but I thought it was interesting. It's, very morbid and depressing. But so was Project Zomboid when I played it the first few hours. I liked it. I thought it was cool. It's kind of like, it kind of reminded me of Project Zomboid, at least in, like, its intricacy. And, like, how it played. It's, like, it's very methodical, if that makes sense. Which I thought was kind of neat. Yeah, fucking hell. Ah, I hate this. I hate this a lot. I'm just, like, thinking about what's the best way to increment the counter then. Especially like Cedar, but the creator really liked hospitals. Project Zomboid medical system isn't as in-depth as the game, though. Yeah. Sorry, I'm, like, thinking this over. I guess it's, like, I would need the variables... I would need, like, the game objects themselves. Like, the actual object. Game object enemy. It's like, I want to say this is not a legal statement. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, because it's a game object, but then you need the component inside it, which is the controller. Because, like, when you attach a script to a game object, it becomes a component. It's a component of that script. Or a component of that object. So where would I update this? Where would I be able to update this? It's like, the only way I could think of doing this is if you had the counter included in the serialized values. That's the only other way I could think of doing this. In the context of what we have, that's the only way I could think this would work. I have a for real question, what's up? This is the only way I could think of this working. You want to hear my voice? I imagine it sounds like every 14-year-old boy's voice. I would imagine so. I don't really care. I'm not squeaky. Well, I would say, like, it's like a little deeper because you're in that puberty phase. You're at that. Well, actually, I don't know. You're 14, so I guess like you might have already gone through like a decent bit of puberty. Almost. Ah, reset count. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about this and I'm like, I want to say I know how we do this, but it's AIDS. It's absolute cancer. We can't do it like that. Or it's like we could, but it would create so many problems later. It would create so many problems later. Well, actually, I don't know how many problems it would actually create. It's just like stupid. The answer to this problem is just stupid. I have another dumb idea. I have a thought. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. So basically, inside the asteroid controller and the chaser controller, basically, they themselves check if there are like more. So hear me out. Think about it. So both the asteroid and the chaser have their own counts that they keep track of. What if inside the update function, let's say if there are 16 chasers on screen, if you, the 17th chaser, initialize, and then you realize, oh shit, I'm the 17th chaser, kill yourself. Just kill yourself. That's all you do. So like, let's say we add another if statement here. We add an if statement in the chaser, where it's like, if the get count is greater than like a certain value that we set, like we'll have to move the value over here. We'll have to move that value here. Then just die. Then you just die. That's awful, but it would totally work. Yeah, so it's just like, so it's like this way we don't need to check, like we don't need to worry about incrementing like the count of enemies here. However, I bet that would be like a performance problem. That would be like a huge performance problem if we're like constantly initializing and destroying things. That's the only problem I'm thinking of. So that's why I'm wondering if there's any better way to do this. Welcome back, Tyler, by the way. I'm wondering if there's any better way to do this. That's a really dumb idea. I don't know. There's like, the other solution is just having one collective enemy count. That's the other solution. The other solution is if we just have one collective enemy count instead of keeping track of counts for like each different NPC. However, I need to make so like we'll be able to keep in check. We'll still be able to keep in check like, oh yeah, don't spawn one if there are more than 16 of any enemy on screen. You know what I mean? That would be like a bit more awkward, but it would be more consistent. It would keep things consistent. That would be like a more awkward, way to handle this. School tomorrow, I don't want to go back and do testing. School's, oh man, I guess like August 20th. I guess like when I think about it, I would be going back to college. I would have been going back to college at this point. But no, there's no school for me. There's nothing that remains. I mean, like, look, again, I say this every stream. I don't have a job at the moment, and I'm trying to find something. School starts a bit later for me than others. Yeah, I think like college would normally, going back to college would normally start maybe like a week from now. That's what it would be like. I've got a couple more months before I'm like truly in the shithole. But I gotta figure, unemployment, yeah, it sucks. It does kind of suck. Chaser asteroid. I'm still thinking about how we go about handling these counters. I don't know. The other way, you get a little bit of money from this channel. Yeah, I do. I do get a little bit of money. Doesn't like, not like a move out and strike out on my own kind of money, unfortunately. I wish. Like, not even, I don't even want to be like a, not even like a multi-millionaire sense. I want to be like, it would have been cool if I could live off this, but not everybody can have what they want. Check your memes chat. What'd you make now? Fucking hell. I also hate that you use the, I hate that you use the fucking 10-year-old picture of me. Just like the normal 9-to-5 income. Yeah, that would help a lot more. You could at least like live your life with a 9-to-5 income. Play Tekkit? I mean, like, yeah, Tekkit would be cool. Yeah, normal 9-to-5 income. And it's like, I'd still make videos. Like, even if I had an actual job, I'd still be here doing this. It's just like, it's never a good idea to really rely on this solely for money. Unless I was like really, really rolling it. If Twitch, Kick, or YouTube like walked up and said like, hey, we'll give you like a multi-million-dollar contract to make streams and videos only with us. And it's just like, yeah, that would be the point where I'd do it. Remember back in like a couple years ago, XQC got like a multi-million-dollar deal with Kick, and I don't even think it was like an exclusive deal, which was crazy. That's like absolutely wild. I don't know. I haven't like felt inclined to set up the Kick stream again. Like gaming with a little money, win-win. Gotta be Twitch because of donos and bits. I can't even use that stuff yet. I'm not a partner, or like there's like Twitch partner, but then there's like, what's the thing before that? There's like two things. There's like partner, there's like Twitch partner, and then there's like Twitch something else. I don't remember the word. What was the word? Affiliate. Yeah, that was the word. Affiliate. Yeah, the other solution is making just making like a different spawner file. The other solution is making a completely different spawner file that's like kind of a copy of this code. That's the only other like solution I can think of as well. Which honestly might be the best solution. It would inflate the code base, but at least like it would be readable. That's like that's another thing you need to take into account. It would at least be readable. So like I'm inclined to maybe just do like, we have enemy spawner, we have asteroid spawner, and then we have like other stuff. You know what I mean? I think that might be the only way we can do this. Like, and like maintain the logic that we intend to maintain. It's like, if I do that, at least it'd be readable. Did you ever get a donation yet? I would, but my parents would kill me. On Twitch? No. I don't even know if I can accept donations. I don't even think I can. Like, I think you have to be like affiliate or partner to accept donations or bits. I don't know how any of that stuff works. I don't even think I get money. How about YouTube? There's super chats. I have received super chats in the past, but nothing crazy. You don't have subs yet? Yeah, there's no, like, we don't have subs. I don't have like YouTube members set up because I don't really have anything to give you guys. I don't have anything like at the moment to like offer that would be beneficial to be a member on the channel. It's like, I think like what I might do, like I think I do what most member like setups for other channels do, where it's like, hey, you pay $5, you pay $5 to be a member, but then you can like maybe pay a little more to show that you care or something like that. That's what some people did. That's what some people did. I don't know. I don't have enough to offer. I don't think I have enough to offer to do anything, to set up anything like that yet. YouTube has kind of bugged me about it. It's like, hey, you're capable of like setting it up. You can do that, and it's just like, I don't know about that yet. Yeah, I think this is the ultimatum. We need to make a spawner. We need to make an asteroid spawner file. So here's what we do. We make a new file called asteroid.cs. Actually, wait, hold up. Will it hate? Just to be safe, I'm gonna make the new file from here. I think we're just gonna have to make an asteroid spawner. I don't think there's any better way to do this. And like achieve the functionality and like data tracking that I want. I don't think there's any other way to do this. Alright, so what we're gonna have to do, we're gonna need to go into the spawner folder and we're gonna need to create a mono behavior script called asteroid spawner. I don't know. It's like, I could maybe make a generalized file called spawner, and then all of these scripts, you didn't have, no, everything was being done from one spawner. That was what we were trying to do. We were trying to do everything from one spawner. I was trying to make everything happen from one file. Which, you know what? Terrible idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's not do that anymore. Alright, so here's a new file. Essentially what we're gonna do, let's like start moving some stuff over. So I know we want this. We need this to move over. We'll need this to move over. Let's just like get rid of this for now. Until we know what we want in this file. I don't know, it's like, it'll at least be readable. And readability matters a lot. I know I need this. And then I also know I'm going to need this. Which it looks like, yeah, I didn't do that. And then we also need to serialize this. I don't know. I guess, like, I can't think of any more elegant solution at the moment, so this might be the way we have to do this. So, I need to get rid of the logic for this. We don't need this anymore. We're not gonna need this. We can go back to how this was before. Where basically, once we know it's been instantiated, then we increment the value. I don't know why it spawned it, why I pasted it like that. Alright, so we don't need to do the if you spawn and you happen to be like part of the overpopulation, then you kill yourself. We don't need to do the suicide algorithm that I had concocted. We don't need to do that one. Which I think like this would be more performance, this would be better for performance anyway. Let me check. So enemy spawner. So set this back to 16. Autistic Maniac, welcome back. It's been a while. 9 days. Where I was just contemplating what to do with myself. Because like we all know what's going on YouTube. It's not pretty. I don't know. It might just be something that ends up kind of going away after like a month and then no one cares. That's kind of what I'm expecting. I don't know. There would probably be a lot of money involved in creating an entirely like different alternative to YouTube. Because again, people like making money off of this site. That's probably the main reason no one would leave. Performance? This was made in MS Paint? Well, yeah, but it's just like, if I ever show this to someone, I don't want to look like a dumbass. I don't want to look like a dumbass if someone looks through the code of all this. Also, okay, so this thing is still working as intended. Let me also do this. Okay. I think what we can do, rename this to Chaser Spawner. I think this is like the 5th time I've changed the name of this thing. This is like the 5th time I've changed the name of this file, because I was not sure if I wanted to have multiple spawner files, which I think this is what we have to do. We have no choice. I don't know, if I see any like common information I'm using among these things, then I'll go and like, alright, we don't need this. I don't know why Asteroid Controller is part of the Chaser Spawner. Yeah, don't do that. Can I rename this? Call not allowed. Yeah, it's like when you have to change the name to... When you change the name to certain things, things can get kind of weird. Alright, let's make sure everything just functions correctly. Let's make sure everything functions correctly before we move forward. Okay, it seems to still be functioning the same way. So renaming it did not seem to change too much. Good. Alright. I just don't like that long delay. I don't like... I might be able to go into... I don't like that delay. Let's, like, do 0.25. It's like, that seems like a too long of a delay before it goes back to the main menu. I don't like that. Now what I need to do, we need to make an entirely new object. Enemy spawner. I think the Chaser spawner still has some remnants of the asteroid in it. Yeah. You can make it so it goes to the main menu when all the enemies are off screen. I could also just make it so every enemy just destroys itself if the player dies, and then we have a game over text screen, and then it goes back to the main menu. That might be better. I don't know. We're gonna answer this question with the asteroid. Let's say, so like there were parts of the game where I was thinking there would be enemies that the player wouldn't kill, or like, well, if the player doesn't get the chance to kill said enemy and the enemy just goes off screen, what do I do then? I need to like determine logic for when does the enemy destroy itself if the player doesn't kill it after a certain amount of time. Now for the asteroid, essentially it's gonna fly across the screen, and once it leaves the screen or maybe gets to its destination, then it destroys itself. Because it's like, it's gotta choose like a... I guess it's like, you can destroy the asteroid when it gets past a certain X or Y value, upon like, after it's like reached its destination. It would be something like that. We'll get there when we get there. So remove this. We don't need this anymore. Let me just make sure there's no asteroid remnants in here. Okay, so now we have Asteroid Controller, which is not being used at the moment. Asteroid Spawner is not being used at the moment, so we now need a brand new game object. We're gonna need a brand new game object, but we're gonna copy over most of the parameters. Alright, so let's go create empty object. So, chasers. No, not chaser. Asteroid. Asteroid spawner. What we could even do is we can create another empty object called spawners, and just now take these two, just for like organization. Just toss them in there. So asteroid spawner, put it in here. And then we're also gonna need a prefab, which we've already turned the asteroid into a prefab. My mouse is being kind of funky. I don't know what's going on there. give me this. All right, so now let's be the true programmer, where we have two windows. We have two windows of code open at the same time. So the Chaser controller, which is not what I want. We want asteroid spawner. So we're kind of just going to go down the list and just kind of copy like some of the values that we deem important. Like I said, I think when I see enough commonalities, if that's even a word, if I see enough common values, I'm going to be like, all right, maybe we could somehow make like a general class and then make all of them children of that class. It's also going to need to know where the ship is. Wait, why does it need to know where the ship is? Oh, right, because because it needs to know when the ship is destroyed. I got so confused there for a second. I was like, the fuck? Why? Then why does it need to know that? Me when I don't understand my own code base. All right, you see, like I said, we're already like, I'm already noticing it. I'm already noticing values that are the same. All right, so these are all the values that need to be here. There's a white space line there that we don't need. We don't need this. Me when I leave my code base for a month. I haven't touched this in like 9 days. I haven't touched this in like 9 days. So I want to say this function would always remain the same. It's like, what could happen is that we have one spawner class, and then they're all children of that class. And there's like several of the functions like spawn enemy are overloaded. Like update and spawn enemy, they're just overloaded based on the object we're using. So give me this update function. Now, it's gonna ask if the ship is destroyed. Which I want to say that has to do with, like, we need to include this. And then pretty much everything here. Change every occurrence. That should solve most of the problems. I guess if we could just call it asteroid enemy for like consistency's sake. So we'll need a spawn enemy, obviously. We won't need this because they all share the same box. But we know for a fact the box is exactly the same. Alright, so now we get to this part. We need to copy these two functions. The person hitting on me is in my server. Your what? Your server? Do you mean to tell me you have Discord? Okay. So I believe all we'd have to do is just change this. My final server? Oh. That's It's asteroid. I honestly think... Oh, wait. Nope. Nope. We're not done. I'm not sure why that's not throwing an error. That's very surprising. I have no idea why that's not throwing an error. That doesn't make any sense. I honestly think this might be done. This might be all it needs to be. Alright, let's just see what happens. So for now, let's just turn off the ability for chaser spawners to spawn. For like chaser enemies to spawn. So let's just set this to 0 for now. And here in the asteroid spawner, we're gonna set this to like 20. And it's gonna be like, so it's like, basically all sides have a 25% chance of receiving Wait a minute, do I even need this intermediate? Fucking hell. Do I even need this intermediary, like, chance roll? Do I even need that? It's like, if I can control each side. Wait, what the fuck? Why am I even doing it like that? Wait a minute. So, side selection. Yeah, wait, do we not even need this fucking, like... Oh my god. I don't even think we need this, this switch statement. So for the spawn count... Yeah, because this determines how many spawn, like, if we want to group. Gold is a pain in the ass to get. Wait, for real? So I would keep the for loop, but however, we nix the... Because, like, okay, think about it. We already have a function that rolls a chance for whether an enemy will spawn on this side. Why do we even need to have why do we even need this? Like, why do we need to roll a secondary, like, chance? My face went optimization? Like, I'm trying to think about, like, what the consequence would be of removing this. So this spawn count, side selection. We might genuinely not need side selection. Interesting. I'm like, how much do I commit to this? Spawn count. I want to see how differently... Okay, one second. Let me open this first. Let me set this up. Let's set this to 0. We don't want asteroid spawning just yet. Set this back to 16. And then what I'm also going to do... Let's keep track of, keep track of this. That's a C++ thing. I was checking something. I was like, can you do this? Wait, no. It's called, like, death. There was, like, this specific thing. I'm trying to remember what it was. Or maybe that's not in C#. Maybe that's only a C++ thing. Let me look this up. I want to check. Sorry, Ash. What was it? Okay, never mind. Okay, so end if directives are only in C. They aren't in C#. It's only a C and C++ thing. All right, never mind. Oh well. I was like curious if you could do that. I was like, I guess like we'll just have to comment it out like a loser. Yeah, I use a lame bullshit language like C#. It's like imagine not having an unless statement like Ruby. It's like I can think of some use cases of the unless keyword. I can't think of any other language in any like I can't think of any programming language that has a keyword unless. It's kind of like it's like in Ruby. It's like run this segment of code unless so and so. And I'm like, I've never heard of that, but I could honestly see how that could be useful. All right, so let's like get rid of this line. We're gonna basically tear this thing apart. So break, get rid of the cases, get rid of the switch statement. Something here doesn't look right. No, wait, no, this is all correct. I want to see what happens if we do that. Do you have a name for the game? I called it Starfare. You know, very generic space game name, alright? Very generic. Actually, I do notice that it's called Skyfarer on the top left. All right. It turns out our development team of 1 cannot determine the name for this game. All right, let's see what happens. How? What do you mean, how? I want to see what happens here. Like, will we run into any strange, like... Oh, whatever. How can't you choose a name? What do you mean, like... Well, I was disagreeing with myself on what to name it. But I just came up with the name Starfarer. Alright, for some reason the asteroid spawner does not like me. I think it's because, yeah, nothing here is assigned. So we need an asteroid enemy, and then we also need the ship object. Okay, fine, be that way. You have to shut off the game. I think that was the only problem. Do you know about the Schlepp situation? Is this a D's nuts joke, or is this like... Should I know who this is? Okay, we still got an error. What is the problem? Serious, I've not heard of this. Object reference is not... Okay. Line 34 of asteroid spawner. Whoops. Oops. Schlepp versus Roblox? Yeah, I've not heard of this. I don't know. I know Roblox is like really in the shitter right about now. Roblox is not in a good position at the moment. Pedo Hunter got banned. He got 6 people arrested, and why'd they ban him? Why would they do that? He's doing everybody on the site a service if that's what he's doing. He catches predators on Roblox, he got a cease and desist. And everyone is mad at Roblox. Alright, so it's like, it should never add more. You see how sometimes it does? Sometimes it does seem to go above 16. Actually, the counter is being kind of strange now. But honestly, I think we can nix the switch statement. We never needed it. However, I think spawn count... So bad that Roblox top creators left the STAR program, Roblox version of content creators. Ugh. I see. Alright, let me, inside chaser controller. We need to modify this function. Let's just, how about this? Well, no, we'll keep these just for, like, the sake of assets. It got Chris Hansen in on it too. Yo, yeah, that's awesome. What's Chris Hansen? What's Chris Hansen like? Is Chris Hansen like making videos about it? Chaser counts. So I guess like int amount. Let's try this. A basic modification. And that should just be 1. Like, I don't think this doesn't need to be any other number. It just has to be 1. Increment counter by the... So, increase this by the spawn count. Because I'm noticing sometimes... So, sometimes I have it set, so when it spawns an enemy, it spawns multiple at the same time. It spawns multiple at the same time in some cases. Wait, no. We actually... God damn it. We don't need to do this if we're running this for loop. Yeah, wait, we didn't need to do that. I'm sorry. We actually... I'm just stupid. We didn't actually have to do that. If you ever release it, what are you gonna put it on? I don't know. It's like I'll either put it in like Danny's downloads, which is like a section on the Discord. I can put I can put all the files up there. I can put it on GitHub. I can put it on Steam. Like if I want to learn how to put games on Steam, that'd be cool. I want to learn how to put games on Steam. I don't know. It's like for in the future if I ever want to make it like a proper game. Which is like I said, I've got ideas in my head, but the main budget, it's not money. Like, no matter how much money AAA games pump into their games, you have to realize it actually doesn't take a lot of money to make a game. Your real enemy is time. The US government got involved and Qatar banned it and Indonesia wants to ban it. Like, just ban Roblox as a game, just entirely. Yep. Oh, wow. You know what I mean? Like, I think what I need to do, I need to keep track of, like, see, it says 17. Let me, like, open the chaser spawner. I want to say that the counter should never be more than, like, 21. Even though I definitely saw a number higher than 21. Alright, currently the count is 20. But that's because it's not outputting when it decrements. But it looks like the enemies, it looks like the number of enemies on screen is behaving as it should. Yeah, do you see that? Like, take a look at this. Notice how there are never more than 24 enemies on screen. I've noticed that. I've just kind of noticed that. Which is good. That's good. I don't want it to be, like, infinite. Just dodge, don't shoot. Then what game are we playing? Undertale? What are we playing? Undertale? Alright, let me also... I don't need that. Now let's like start modifying this. So we've discovered that we actually don't need... We don't need these. Can I select multiple lines? I can't. Okay. You could release it now and I would buy it for $2. I don't even know if I charge money for this game. I don't know. I don't think there's enough in it. It's not like, I don't think this game is like significant enough that I would charge anybody for it. I don't know. Maybe I just have too much. Well, it's like, I don't think it's about like having pride, like too much pride in myself. But it's more just like, I think about like how much money would I pay for this game, and I'm like, no, I wouldn't buy this game. To post it and make it free? Well, it's not done. It's not done. So I want to say this should properly work. Nah, really? Got dinner, hot dogs, and mac and cheese? Oh, dude, that sounds great. That sounds so fucking good. There's like a Portillo's down the street. I mean, okay, the thing is, Portillo's is not like... Portillo's is like... for some reason, I don't like the interior of Portillo's. Down the street. The Portillo's down the street. I honestly don't like its interior. I think it's really ugly. But it's like, the food there is fine. Should I ask mom for a snack? You're still at an age where you need to ask your parents whether you can eat a snack or not? When are you gonna grow up? When are you gonna grow up? Bro, I'm 14. What? Yes, I have to fucking ask. I was allowed that for a while. I don't know, it's like they know, my parents know I eat responsibly. My parents know I eat responsibly, they trust me. Let's see if I can get like an asteroid to spawn off screen or something. Well, there's an asteroid. There are 2 asteroids. I question what's going on here. Why were there 2 asteroids? What was that? You were an adult? Yeah. That's also true. I am 20. I am 24. 1 second. What if you add a boss? I was thinking about it. I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah, right, Unk. So Chaser spawner, asteroid spawner. I'm not sure. I noticed it's tried to, it literally spawned 2 asteroids, and I'm not sure why. Alright, just honestly, make it so... Like, I noticed that. There were 2 asteroids on screen. There shouldn't have been. Alright, stop. Try again. You're like twice my age. Well, yeah, I discovered that you were way younger than I actually thought you were. I honestly thought you were in, like, your mid-late teens, but it turns out that you were actually, like... You're actually, like, Ash's age. Wait, what? Oh, right, because the value reset. Just set this to 0 for now again. You're like not even a teenager? Oh, is Ash older than you? I got Spanish. Wait, are you 13 or 14? I was like, is Ash actually older than you? I thought Ash was the youngest person in my chat. Where's this asteroid at? 12? Oh my god. I honestly didn't even think it. I didn't realize. I'm old. Okay, yeah, see, it spawned an asteroid. Good. And it should not attempt to spawn another asteroid. It shouldn't. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm older than you. Alright, cool. I think it works. Alright, so in that case, now we need to get the asteroid to move. So now the asteroid actually spawns, we now need to get it to move. And then, like, destroy itself. Just put a poll on YouTube if I should ask for a snack. There's not... Who's voting? Like, how many people are even voting? I don't even know how to do that. How do you make a poll? Engage with your audience. Oh, you can start a poll. Hold like that. There. Should Ash get a snack? Answer. Ash, you're not allowed to vote for yourself. You're not allowed. You can't rig the election like that. You can't vote for something that's determining your fate. He can. All right, so it's time to finally give this asteroid something to do. So basically what I want to do, it needs to know the ship's location in order for it to function correctly. Gotta charge my phone. All right. It needs to know where the ship is. It's gonna have an enemy. It's gonna have like, I think we can honestly randomize the speed. We can have like a max enemy speed as well. Yeah, it looks like it was determined as a unanimous vote. And it doesn't really do anything else. Like, it just has a speed. It's just meant to move across the screen. So, void starts. We need to get the ship. I'm gonna steal your game and sell it for 62 cents. Yeah, you're gonna be able to piece it together from the source code you see here. You're gonna be able to piece it together that way. We're gonna need these two functions. And then we're also gonna need... We're gonna need this too. And we don't really need to check if the ship is destroyed. Okay. Should Ash not get a snack? I got a snack already. Congratulations. What are you eating? It's like, I ran out of grapes. I low-key want to go grab the other container of grapes. But I'm like, am I above my grape quota? I feel like I've eaten too many grapes. Pita bread? Okay, do it. I've already eaten more grapes than I intended. I can only see that container by the shine. Too bad, get more grapes. You know that, like, you know in, like, Ratatouille, where Emile is trying to, like, sneak a bunch of grapes into his mouth? And, like, eventually his stomach is just shaped like a vine of grapes. That's what I'll look like. Do you remember that scene? That scene was, like, that was a very serious scene in Ratatouille as well. But for some reason, that part was always really funny. Where it's just like he kept like swallowing. he didn't even chew the grape. He was just swallowing the grape whole, and I was like, ugh. I think I once accidentally swallowed a mint whole, and it was the most uncomfortable like 10 minutes of my life. Cheese in my hot dog. What's the current progress? So I've now got an asteroid spawner because maybe one day we'll generalize this and make like an actual spawner class and make everything else like a child class of it. And now we're giving behavior to the asteroid so it flies across the map. And it's going to be based on where the ship is. The direction it travels in is going to be based on where the ship is. Well, actually, no. That'd be kind of... You could game that really easily. I think it should be based more on, like... Make an upgrade tab. There will probably not be upgrades. There'll be power-ups, but there won't be upgrades. There won't be any, like, metagame stuff like this. Just me, or you can sell this game for like $5 and get some money. Well, like sell. I don't even think, like, when you said $2 earlier, you got me like thinking about it. But $5, fuck no. I don't think I'd sell this for $5. I don't think I'd sell this for $5. I would put it on itch. I think itch.io would be a more suitable place to put this game, like, anyway. So then, I guess if you feel like donating something to me through there, then you can. Because, like, I wouldn't start a $5 Kickstarter. I don't know. I would only use, like, a Kickstarter. I think I'd only do... So, basically, there was a game called Spark the Electric Jester, and the developer of that game, he was a solo developer. His name is Lake Peppered. he talked about like the development of Spark the Electric Jester 1, like the original game. And apparently he never had a Kickstarter until the game was like 90% done. And the Kickstarter went towards paying people for like sound design and music, which I always thought was really interesting. And I was like, yeah, I guess it's like, I wouldn't want to have a Kickstarter like right at the beginning of development. I would not want to do that because I feel like that'd be a lot of pressure. That'd be a lot of pressure to work with. Because I don't know if I'd have enough money to like sustain like the development of it. So I want to get as much of the game done as possible before I'm like, oh right, I need to pay a certain person with a certain skill to do this for the game. Then I would probably need a Kickstarter for this. This Unity is not Studio. Yeah, Unity. Yeah, we use Unity in this house. Yeah, so now I'm thinking like, what? Make one of them split into 3, only having the amount of damage it does? Dude, like, this game doesn't even have, like, you don't even have a health bar in this. You just, if you get hurt, you die. You don't even have health. It's like someone did actually suggest that to me. One of my friends actually suggested that to me. So, like, have the asteroid split into a couple pieces, and I was like, well, we might as well be playing fucking asteroids at that point. As a boost? Splitting the 3 only having the amount of damage it does, and triple its attack speed. I don't feel like getting that. This asteroid is not going to be on the screen for more than 10 seconds. We don't need to think this much about it for him. It's just going to fly by the screen, kill anything in its path, including a player or enemy, and just, you know, just die afterwards. So I'm thinking like, ship position, calculate ship path. The player? I don't think the player needs that. Another asteroid? Yeah, we don't need to recreate asteroids, alright? We don't need to recreate asteroids. Calculate ship path. I'm like thinking about how this would work. Like I said, I showed this image. I showed this image of what would happen. Like, after the ship, like, moves, it's like, for 1 frame, it's gonna get, like, the ship's position. Which, like, I'm not even sure if I want to do this anymore. I'm not even sure if I want to do it this way. Because I feel like that would be too easily gamed. I think that would be too easily gamed. Because, like, I don't know, if you're standing, if the ship is on the corner, the frame that the asteroid spawns, then the asteroid is hardly going to be on the screen. So what we would want to do, mind asking you on what's the farthest distance did you get down in the game that I said? I do not remember. I played the game like, I think I literally played the game the night after you asked me to. And then, like, that was the only time I played it. I honestly don't remember. I don't know. I guess if I had more time, I might play it more. If I have more time, I might play it more. Maybe I might even explore itch.io a bit more. Taps the skull because big brain. Yeah, I'm like, if that's the case, spawn it on the other side. Well, it's like, we spawn it on one side. We spawn it where it spawns. How would I determine, like... Huh. I think I have an idea. So here's the idea. I have an idea on how we path here. So this will be like pseudocode. Here's what we're gonna do. So basically, when the ship, let's say the ship spawns, then what's gonna happen? We're gonna take, not the ship, the asteroid. We're gonna take the asteroid spawn position. We're gonna take its spawn position the moment it spawns. What if there's a 1 in 100,000 chance to get 2 asteroids to hit each other, exploding and ending your run? The caving game about bosses? I don't know. Do we want to have like the asteroid be a random size too? I think we can do that later. We can do that later as well. Like, we can have the asteroid be like a random size. We can like mess with its scaling. So when it spawns, we take its spawn position. Then what we do is that we take... Basically, based on which side it spawns. Up to the entire screen? Okay. We don't need to roll like that. We don't need to roll like that. Asteroid, spawn enemy. So it's like spawn position. So it's like spawn it at that position. It gets that frame. I have an idea for an enemy. I have several ideas for enemies. Well, like, at the moment, I've got a couple ideas. Like, I have an enemy that initially hovers into view, and then it locks onto the player, and then charges at it. But it doesn't home. It kind of fires like a bullet. It's kind of like firing a bullet. There's, like, a pea shooter that fires a bullet. There's one that, like, charges a laser and then spins around with that laser until you destroy it. So it's kind of like, if you see that come on the screen, it's very inconvenient. So destroy it before it fires its laser. So these are, like, the 4 enemies I've got in the works. These are the 4 enemies that I think we can use. That I think, like, would be easy to implement. Alright, so for this asteroid, we need its spawn position. But then what needs to happen, it acts like a chaser, but when it gets near you, an area overlay appears, and then it explodes in that area. I got the idea. What is it? Buy my idea for the lore, it's free. What are you talking about? The larger one have, like, moon-like details? Yeah, but it's, like, based on its size, then I would have to, like, have multiple asteroid sprites. We'd rather just have, like... We'd rather just have one. The lore for the game? This game doesn't have a story. You're just a ship that's shooting aliens. That's all you're doing. You don't need to worry about it. So take it small. I'm just, like, thinking, how do I get it to always consistently cross the screen? It's like, we need to... The key lies in, like, the position we give it when it spawns. What if Matt Pack comes back? What, I make, like, some arbitrarily stupid and obscure? Because everyone loved died when you were around? Everyone you loved died when you were around? What's the lore? Is this alien racism? Imagine the tiniest game of all time having lore deeper than FNAF. One second. I'm still thinking about, like, how do I determine where it, like, when it spawns, how do I get it to cross the screen, like, consistently? I mean, like, there would be a way to just make it, like, randomly wander. Lore is top priority, trust. What, I make, like, one really obtuse and like, incomprehensible story, and then everybody just fills in the holes and pretends it's actually deeper than it really is? I don't know. I'd have to like be really good with, like, baiting people over that. I don't know. It's kind of like, I kind of can think of, like, basic ways to kind of hook a person into continuing a story, where it's like, ooh, but you discovered this, but where does this lead? What does that mean? And it's like, what does this mean for, like, the overarching plot? Well, I do think of ways that you can do that. Which, like, it ties into my story, that the story that I was thinking of writing, which is, like, the game I was thinking of making. Which is, like, I don't know, maybe I'd have to find, like, a second person to look at this. Make an area in the center of the screen, choose a random point, send the meteor towards that point. Yeah, it's like, maybe have it go towards that point, and then... Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Let me delete this. Let me open up another MS Paint. So let's say this is the screen. Let's say this is the screen. When the asteroid spawns, basically, let's say we have a box. We draw a new box. And, like, we draw a new box. And it's like, we pick any of these points along that... We pick, like, a random point that's along this box. We pick a random point that's along this box. And then the asteroid, like, basically creates a vector, and it just travels through that point. If that makes sense. You all following me on this? No, we're not doing an Ash original where the main character is sitting in a tavern and then they go on some sort of adventure. You can do that in your own stories. You can do that in your own stories. I won't do that. I'm above that. I was thinking anywhere in that box, but that works. Actually, I think the entire world died in a nuclear war. You're the last person alive looking for a habitable planet, but you die when you see the planet. You get attacked by the aliens when you see said planet. I don't know. honestly, it's like, I think it's like if I pick a random X and Y value, actually, yeah, we would theoretically be picking any point within this box. Like in the way that we're thinking of doing it, we would end up picking any point in this box. No, you just disappear. I'm invested in the game lore. I don't know. It's like, I'll need to. It's like I don't want to reveal too much about the story that I was making because like I honestly am like I talked about it in the 1 block stream and Cell knows about this because I told him. He was like the first person I told about this because I had this idea for it. Tell us all of it. Are we talking about the lore for this game that I'm thinking of making? Because it's like, I don't know, it could be subject to change. Because I had this idea for like a game like revolving around magic. Like it's a game that like it's kind of like Deltarune. It's a game like Deltarune where it's turn-based. It's like a turn-based RPG, but it has like the combat is done in the form of bullet hell. However, instead of the main focus of Deltarune's like battle phase, if that makes sense, to be like dodging attacks, you can fire your own attacks back. I already know that. You fire your own attacks back, and on top of that, you can customize the spells that you cast on your enemies. You get like a lot of customization over the kind of spells you'd make. What if there's a nuclear bomb that does 1 damage? I don't know. I think I described it as like, imagine like if Terraria was much more of a bullet Metatons fight. Well, imagine like the Yellow Soul in Undertale, but you can like customize the projectiles you fired, and like the game revolved around making that projectile better. If you know what I mean. And it's like the box that you're fighting in, you can like change like the shape of the box and like other things to like affect the battle phase of the combat. That's what I was thinking. Like, the reason I was making this game was to practice like making like something that resembles a bullet hell, just to kind of get my feet wet with it. And it's like we might like mess around with like more bullet patterns like in the future if I work on any other games on stream. How would healing items work? Well, you could heal like basically you can just heal like in outside of like the battle phase. Or is it insane and if you get hit once you die? No, it's like you just heal outside of the battle phase. In my opinion, the worst game in the world is any game that isn't developed yet. That is very true. That is very true. 50 Shades of Grey is infinitely better than any story that Ash has ever made because Ash has never published said story. Ash never publishes any of his stories, so they're all infinitely worse than 50 Shades of Grey. Why were you not streaming for the last couple of days? I think like, I don't know, I was taking a slight break and I was like I guess I was in like I was in like a double whammy of like looking for work and then also thinking about the recent things that happened on YouTube with like because like there's people boycotting the site at the moment. There's people like trying to boycott the site at the moment. And I was also like, I was just kind of like thinking about like, how long do I intend to do this? And I was like, how long do I intend to continue like messing around on YouTube and whatnot? It kind of made me think about it for a couple days. Do you post the VODs? The VODs are on YouTube. You can go into the live tab. You got one more problem to think about, Roblox? Well, I don't play Roblox, so it doesn't matter. I use YouTube religiously. So it like made me reflect on it. But one thing I knew was that I was like, I didn't want to leave this game unfinished. I wanted to keep streaming the development of this like little game I was making, like for fun. I don't know. I think I'll continue using YouTube for fun. It's like, I don't know. I think like, I don't want this sounds like very, I feel like this sounds very dickish to say, where I was like, it's kind of like a two-way street on like YouTube and its customers, where it's like YouTubers come to this site and post videos to this site with the intention to like grow a community and make money, which is like making money is an important part to what they do on YouTube. Like many creators now rely on that. So like when YouTube changes something that compromises that revenue, how angry are you allowed to get at YouTube? Because like it's not like you're an employee of YouTube. And this is like, I guess maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm playing devil's advocate here when I say this. It's like how angry are you allowed to be at YouTube for changing its policies when you're technically not one of its employees? You're as much of a user as anybody who views videos on the site, even though you're a person that creates videos on the site. And I was just like, you need money, so as angry as you want. See, that's the thing. It's like, It's like, it's hard for me to not think that the outrage for any change that YouTube makes, the outrage is normally fueled by people wanting to keep making their ad revenue. Making money in YouTube is not really profitable at all unless you sell yourself to a sponsor, even really terrible scam sponsors. I guess you'd have to be like really big. You'd have to be really big for the money to be worth it. For like just the YouTube money to be worth it. That's like the only way. That would be the only way. And like then there's people that like double up, that have like they have other social media platforms they broadcast to. I don't know, it's like I don't want to be that guy where I'm just saying, okay, why don't you go find a real job? I don't want to be that guy, because I think it is cool. Like the idea of making videos on this site and like being able to share it and making a living out of it, that is like conceptually really cool. But it's like I was never sure if I could really like call it a job. It's like it's a very unconventional thing to do, to make videos on YouTube and receive ad revenue for it. Because again, you're not really an employee at YouTube. You're more of their customer. So it's like, if you're no longer part of their demographic, I guess you just stop using said product. But the thing is, you make money from the product that you partake in. So that creates like another layer to that like relationship. And it's like really strange. And I don't know, I think this, I find it stupid that any word has a meaning besides China. It's like, it's really weird to think about. And I don't know, I feel like maybe I don't want to sound like a YouTube show when I say this. Because like, I do feel sorry for you, like, people who have, for some reason, put like full reliance in their financial stability on YouTube. And YouTube makes a change to the site that compromises that. I'm sorry for you, but also, hopefully you can find a normal job. That doesn't hinge on like a really bizarre, unorthodox relationship like that. How do words get meaning? I don't know. How did any language come about? How does any language come about? Like, how is language conceived in the first place? How was language initially perceived? If we want to change the subject and talk about something less like, I don't know. I think there's a lot more nuance to it, to the conversation. Talk about the ancestors. There's a lot more nuance to the conversation about like what being a YouTuber is, and it's just like, should this be considered like an actual career that people should actually strive for? Which, no, you should not. YouTube makes many changes. YouTube changes like every couple years or every like year or so. YouTube makes some change that probably fucks over someone. Two people agreed that one grunt meant something while they pointed at a rock. Yeah. Communication and the need for it. Like, I don't know. I think I could continue, like, making videos on this site and making streams on this site. You ever smoked weed before? I've had a weed-infused gummy. I've had a weed-infused gummy once. I've been high in my life once. It was weird. It was a little weird. It was a little strange. Sorry, this, the focus is, like, messed up. It was I smoked one time, not saying that was great, never smoked weed anymore. I don't know, it's like, I don't think I'd smoke weed, but the gummy was kind of like, the gummy makes, getting into weed a little more approachable. You, like, eat like an inoffensive gummy, and then it makes you, like, feel weird. Alright, so what else needs to be done here? Oh, right, so, now that we've kind of determined this whole box, let me copy that one. Where's the chaser spawner? So let's make this. The closest thing to drugs for me is caffeine, not including medicinal drugs. I also notice the thing is stopped. Okay. So this is like our debug draw box. Alright, so let's just draw a box. You're pretty young, oh, right? So debug, draw new box. Let's make it... How big is the camera? Let's make it half the size. Actually, no, let's make it like roughly a third of the size. Let's make it 30F. And then maybe like, how about 18F? I want to see what this results in. Just don't get invested in those things. Yeah, you have a long way to go in life. And even if things look bad now, the world normally goes through many swings like this. I don't know. That's another thing. That's another thing I've always thought about. Where I was just like, is it like really reductive to say that I'm not like a doomer. I'm not a doomer at all, or like a nihilist. Where I'm just like, the world's fucked. It cannot be saved, or like I'm not that person. But it's just like, it feels really reductive to say that the world goes through these kind of swings all the time, where something really shit happens, and then we'll probably have another era where everything is fine. You know, kind of like the Roman Empire. It had many moments where it went to shit, and many moments where it prospered for several years. Like the Roman Empire was like that. The Roman Empire was like that. Unless it's nuclear war, I won't say that. Yeah, but it's like, it seems reductive to say that when there's like people that I don't know that are probably going through way worse things than me. The world was never fucked. It was just sometimes unfair. And yeah, it's like, when I say that and I think about the stuff that goes on outside the US, is that really reductive to say that? Because it's just like, I don't represent everyone. Like, I could say personally, my life has been pretty fine for the most part. But it's just like, I don't know, telling someone like, it'll get better after a couple years. But I say that in response to like, you know, war and innocent people being murdered over pointless shit. And it's like, does that just like, that just sound really reductive to like view it that way? So I leave myself not in like a doomer like kind of mood, but not like an optimist kind of mood. It's more just like, I guess the world will keep turning kind of mood. It's like, whatever happens, the world's probably just gonna continue turning after this. And I don't know. I guess like I'm in an I don't know mood. I don't know what to think of this mood. That does sound kind of apathetic. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's apathy either. It's not that like I don't feel sorry for these people, or it's not like I don't like have any sympathy for like the less fortunate. It's more just like there's very limited things that most people can do to help these people. And it's just like, I guess the world will just continue turning long after this conflict happens. Like you mentioned, nuclear war will probably be the only thing that truly destroys us. That's the only thing that'll truly like end us. Can't even go to school anymore without the fear of dying. The minimum wage is the only thing paid now. Nothing works anymore. Yeah, and also in the tech industry, it's also like not ideal. And I'm like, how long do I keep using that excuse when it is kind of true, but also like, maybe I'm not trying hard enough. All right, let me also... So this should draw a new box. Yeah, see? So this should now draw a new box. The government has overstepped way too far. I mean, like, there's like a lot of things historically that the US government has done that's both Democrat and Republican that have like established like strange precedents. I don't know who started executive orders, but those are stupid. I don't know if that was like an Obama thing. That might have been an Obama thing, but maybe that was even before. That might even predate Obama. But it's like, I think we're in like a strange position now, and it's like talking about world politics and depression coping and making a game is peak game dev. And sometimes I feel like I'm not the right person to talk to this about, because I think I don't pay enough attention to it. I mean, I do know, like, I'll hear about stupid things that ICE does, because like ICE is like what? I don't know. ICE is like the evil. ICE is like some gang of idiots with guns, I guess, that work for the government. I don't know. I hear constant stupid stories about things that they do. I don't know. It's like I'm very curious to see like how the next election will turn out. In fact, I'm also curious to see how like the midway election, or not the midway, like normally like every 2 years they'll do like a poll just to see like the current state of like how the president is doing. And you know, like, Biden wasn't exactly stellar, but I'm not expecting very high scores. Not expecting a very high reception for Trump. I'm not expecting a very high outlook for him. I don't like Trump much. I'm not really fond of him either. You said something earlier. What is it? Taxes weren't meant to exist. What is it, Ash? I like the Fair Banking Act, though. It's like, what I want to know is what's in the Epstein files. That's what I want to know. All right, so now that we have this box, we can now establish like any point inside that box. I don't know. You can't like make a campaign and then promise like, yeah, I'll show you guys the Epstein files, and then you don't do it. It's like, what's even weirder is that like they don't even bother to like make a fake one. I think like my friend Jay like kind of proposed the argument where it was like, even if they do release the files, who would believe them? Who would believe that it's the true files? And it's just like, well, the fact that they don't do it is like equally like weird. The fact that they just won't show it at all is like equally like bizarre. So it's like the longer that they decide not to show it, the more I think that yes, he's on the list. The more that I think like yes, he's on the list. I'm gonna throw up again. If I do, I'll be annoyed. Are you drinking Mountain Dew while you're sick again? Is that what you did? That's what you did last time? You said that I never published my books? What? What, have you published your books? Do you publish your stories anywhere? Do you have a Wattpad account? No, you did? What are you even saying to me? What? The VODs are technically my books? What VODs? Oh, my VODs? That doesn't count as publishing it. My body is just that used to Mountain Dew. So now that we've like established this box, let me try something. So transform dot translate 30. Let's like get some raw numbers down first before we like start modifying them. And then what we're also gonna do, move. Let's just let's grab this and then multiply this by enemy speed times time dot delta time. I mean, I can do it, but I'm scared to. Do they have the story in them? Were they published? So my point is here and strong. I mean, I can do it, but I'm scared. What's wrong with publishing your own stories? What are you scared of? Thinking of other eyes, hundreds if not thousands, staring at my work. Okay, that's this is what I thought when I first started YouTube. And I was like, what am I gonna do once thousands of people are looking at my videos? Don't think about that part yet, because it's gonna be a while before they do that. It's gonna be a while before you have to experience that. It's gonna be a while before you even get to that point. They will just watch. Yeah, and it's like, feedback is good. Feedback is good. Like, feedback is good to receive. Like, I'll probably send this project to like the Unity Discord. I'd love to see what they think of my stuff. All right, so we need this to be move. What is the problem? Oh shit. It's always the fucking semicolon, isn't it? Alright, so let's see what happens if it spawns one. Let's just watch. My cadence is weird. Positive yet negative if it is for good reason. It's always the fucking semicolons, isn't it? You should join the Clippy protest if you have time, Danny. Well, it's like, isn't that self-defeat? Is it not self-defeating if I use a Clippy profile pic and then I just continue the stream on this site? You know what I mean? Like, is it kind of counterintuitive to, like, let's say, yeah, let's all, like, change our profile pics to Clippy. But, like, the intention of the profile picture is to say that you're boycotting the site. So, like, why would you continue to use the site? And I'm not, like, I hope you don't take offense to this. I'm just curious as to where the logic, how the logics in this movement. Like, if you had this boycott, then, like, you just say, like, fuck it, it doesn't matter, and no profile, but we can have Clippy be the mascot of said boycott, but we're all just gonna leave the site. Why are you DSN and not Danny Supernoob? I actually changed the name recently. I don't know. I think it was, like, I think for a while, I knew that nobody really referred to me by that name. I didn't like saying the name out loud, because it was kind of cumbersome to pronounce. So I was just like, yeah, let's finally, I think it's finally time to just change it to the initials. I just know that it's working. I like the longer one more. I don't know. I started to, like, I kind of preferred the... I started to, like, prefer, like, do I just want the initials? And I noticed, like, the handle still says Danny Supernoob. We all just call you Danny? Yeah, and I guess, like, even... So, like, I guess there wouldn't be a huge difference anyway. I guess there wouldn't be a huge difference when it changes to that anyway. I don't know. It was, like... I guess it could go either way. When I was, like, thinking about it. I don't know, I was kind of, like, sitting on that decision for a while. I was sitting on that decision for a while where I was just like, I think at one point I tried to change my name, but I was like, no, I still want to retain, like, the original name. But I knew that, like, sometimes people refer to me by like, the initials. By, like, an acronym. So I was just like, you know what, I think it's finally time to change the channel name to that acronym. I kind of prefer it. And it's like, I also call this DSN Live. I called, like, the streams DSN Live anyway. I don't know. I guess, like, it's like, I go by either. Like, Danny Supernoob, DSN, Danny. I guess you can call me whatever. Alright, so let's see if this asteroid will move. Had some street tacos a week ago. If anything's offering it, I'm taking it. I think, like, Danny Supernoob Live? Yeah, I didn't want to call it Danny Supernoob Live. That's, like, too cumbersome. So, if an asteroid spawns, let me see what it does. What is the asteroid gonna do when it spawns? Alright, asteroid, come on. Did I just change one of these to 100? Actually, wait, yeah, hold up. I need some sleep, good night. JK. That sounds unreasonably long. Yeah. I don't know, I didn't think my name, I didn't think, like, the name was, like, snappy enough to kind of keep around either. I don't know. I normally don't like to think of my channel, like, in a business sense, but then I was just like, I don't know. I guess, like, DSN is, like, a fine name as well. Because, like, Danny Supernoob, that name goes back a while. I want to say I used that, I think I used that name maybe back in, like, 2013. It was, like, a few years. Why'd you add the Supernoob? Why did I? I don't know. I think it was, like, I think initially the intention was that, like, I did this, like, I guess I had this shtick in my very early videos where I was like, haha, I suck at games. When in reality, I played a lot of video games that I was pretty damn good at. So I don't really know why I added that. I think it was, like, when I was 14. When I was 14, I think I gave myself that name for, like, online games that I would use. I used that name just to be like, hey, I'm the new player here. So, like, I'm the noob. And that's, like, I guess that's how it kind of started. Can I crack you? What the fuck does that mean? 2013 was when I was born? When I was born? What do you mean? What do you mean people were born after 2005? That's not real. There were no humans that existed after 2005. No humans were being born after that. I feel so old. Also, why the fuck is this not instantiating? Is the math not mathing? Let me change this to, like, 100. Did I fix the switch statement here? Yeah, I did. Which is like, spawn count should also always be 1. Click on the clip. That's my clip. Like, I don't need to watch a clip of myself. I lived it. I lived it a couple seconds ago. Why do I need to watch it? Like, what are you saying to me right now, Clippy? You know, 5 years ago in that one street, you said that you didn't like it. Oh, that's interesting. What's going on here? Also, why the fuck did it spawn 3 asteroids? I'm so fucking stupid. Wait, do I even... Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold up. I did not... What the fuck? Wait, if you hold down middle mouse, you can, like, highlight things in a rectangular shape? I did not know you could do that. It's been a whole ass year. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't too fond of the name, but I just kept it because I had it for so long. But I was like, you know what? I like keeping the initials. I thought you knew that. No, I didn't. I mean, I don't know why I would ever do this. Can I be a mod? We've already got a moderator. Already got a moderator. Ask on YouTube. There's already a moderator on YouTube as well. Okay, so here's what's happening. It's spawning more asteroids than it should be. So move this down. We need to remove this. I honestly thought with this low a view count, having mod only boosts aura. Well, if everybody's a moderator, then no one is. So, like, why would I don't want to do that. So, what needs to happen instead is that we need to do this. This is what it actually is supposed to be like. The for loop needs to happen here. And we need to do this also inside the other function. We need to do this inside the chaser spawner as well. Only get more mods when you start getting 15 viewers each stream? Yeah, that'll be the day. Because Tyler is only 12. Well, no. Honestly, Tyler, he's doing a good job as a moderator. So, like, if you can put this on your resume, and if you're ever in a job interview, just make sure you mention that you were the moderator for Danny's Super Noob. And then they'll immediately hire you. I will vouch for you. I will vouch for you. I will vouch for you. I got you. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Alright, so this should create less problems. So what's happening here? What's happening here is that now, instead of like running through all these if statements multiple times, it'll run through all these if statements once. And then if it ever like, if it spawns those enemies, okay, maybe did we actually need the switch statement? Because I'm like, wait, what was my intention here? What the fuck was my intention here? Oh man, this is a problem. I love how it's once again devolved into Danny's trying to fix the enemy spawner file again. It's once again devolved back into the enemy spawner configuration. Actually, no, I think this should be fine. But, like, I feel like this will spawn way more enemies than it should be. So the solution to that is we want to make sure, remove this value. Put this value in here. You will randomize a number anytime you actually do need to run through this statement. Okay. I wish to be mod or at least a VIP here. VIP, you can't have that even if I wanted to give it to you. Not only did I actually promise it to someone else, if that person is still gonna show up, but also, I also... One second. There's also there's enough moderators. There's enough moderators at the moment to go around. What the fuck is going on there? Why is it doing that? Stop that. Yeah, see, why is it doing that? Don't do that. Alright, so that should make more sense. You've got to remember I'm here every stream. You only get aura for being mod while annoying the streamer. I don't know. Luckily, I haven't had to take moderator status from anybody. Luckily, I haven't had to do that to anyone. Alright, see, it didn't do it there. Alright, there we go. So, this should be more consistent. Okay? Sometimes I am stupid, though. I mean, like... Well, I think both you and Corruptify can get, like... Well, I'm, like, thinking about it. I think there's been a few times where we've had, like... There's been a few times where we had, like, small raids from, like, some weird people. It's, like, what's weird is that it happened, like, 3 times. So, it was, like, Corruptify and Tyler were, like, having to make sure nobody said anything, like, too unsavory. That was one time that happened. I remember that. It was like in the Stardew Valley streams that I was like doing. I'd ask for mods since I'm always here. That mean I'd have to watch the chat. My phone about to die again, well. Okay, I think this is fine. I forgot to stop running the game. Yeah, this should be more consistent now. I think like now this should definitely only spawn... Is the other mod in Twitch ever there? She's there. It's like if any bot shows up, I just say like, Blue, can you see that? And then like Blue just wakes up and then does it. Yeah, Blue's still there. And I'm like thinking, so here's what would have to happen. How many times do I say that? Here's what would need to happen. Here's what we need to do. I have mod in 15 different channels, but never asked for it. Maybe a few. And to be honest, it's just for aura. Yeah, what other, what other reason do we do anything in life than just to obtain more aura? You see, all this, I only do this for the aura. Being a YouTuber, I only did that in high school just for the aura. I only did it for the respect. But like no one cared. Well, it wasn't that like no one cared. Well, honestly, actually it kind of was. I was surprised how many people just didn't give a fuck about like the gaming space on YouTube at my high school. So I was just like, I didn't have many people to talk about it with. I had maybe one person to talk about it with. Because like she also made YouTube videos. But like, I don't talk to her as often because I don't think she makes videos anymore. I don't even know what she's doing right now. I haven't asked her. Why do I have lunch at 8th period? Well, how many periods are there? Like, there was like, in my school, there were 8 periods. And then there was like period 3, 4, 5, and 6, which were lunch periods. 3 was like stupidly early in the morning for a lunch period. I wish to be mod in Twitch chat because there's only one real mod in there. So I spend most of my time on Twitch or my computer in general. I don't know. If it's like, if there's demand to have more than one Twitch moderator, then maybe I'll consider it. It's like for now, I guess like I have 2 YouTube moderators that consistently are around. Well, in some cases, like, neither Tyler or Corruptify are around, but normally we don't have any problems. Normally we don't have any, we have less problem on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. Like, it's like, at one point we used to have, like, spam bots that would show up on the YouTube chat. Honestly, I haven't seen one in a very long time. I haven't seen one in a hot minute. So, I would assume that maybe YouTube has, like, weeded out most of those types of bots. Which, you know, no one likes to admit it, but maybe YouTube did something right. The viewer count is way too low for problems. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't, it's like the viewer count is, like, too low to warrant having more than one moderator. Never saw one on this channel. I've seen it once. I think it was like back when like Nathan was being my moderator. I don't think you guys met Nathan. I don't think anybody here in chat has seen Nathan. I think Blue knows Nathan. But Nathan was like a high school friend of mine. Nathan was a high school friend of mine, and he was actually a moderator here on the stream. Same with Alexis. Alexis is here occasionally. It depends on the game. It depends on the game, but sometimes Alexis is here. He's Pizza Parker in the Discord. We did the Pizza Tower competition. Yeah, the Pizza Time guy. Yeah. It's like next to race, I'm gonna go, I might like pitch this to him. I honestly think, like, when Bubsy 4D, I think like when Pac-Man World 2 comes out, and like Bubsy 4D comes out, I think those are the two games that I would totally bring Alexis on board, and we do a race. We do a speedrun race for these two games. Like when Pac-Man World 2 Remake comes out. Like, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that because I grew up with that game. I love that game. I know him from the first stream. Okay. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. You have seen Nathan then, because you were in one of my first streams. But I don't know. I think Nathan's got a job now. He's got a life. So he's moved on with his. He's moved on. Yeah. So 1 second. I'm like thinking about what else is. Oh, we were about to, like, test if this was working properly. Show me some results here. It is reasons not to play games with friends unlike you. Okay, 3 meteorites. 3 asteroids still spawned. I also find it interesting. Wait. Gotta go? Alright, Ash. I'll see you later. Why? We are more talking than you coding. Yeah, sorry about that. We gotta get some meaningful work done. No, okay. See, it's like it's gotta check when if an asteroid is spawned. Okay. This is gonna be slightly unintuitive. Does it keep track of the count? I'm fine with that. I'm not. Because, like, I don't know. It's like, the thing was, when I made these streams, I didn't want it to be like me sitting there in chat, pretending like I know how to code. It's about the self-respect, okay? I have respect for myself here. It's like, why would this even be marked as a software stream? I'm like, where was the max count? Yeah, Discord Ash? No respect? What was that? Sometimes I just get reminded that I have a TikTok. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out where I need to put this. I honestly think we made more progress here than the last stream. I think we got more done than last stream. We have a main menu. We haven't even implemented the level system. We've honestly oh, we can just end this poll. I didn't realize I was supposed to control when that poll's supposed to end. Where? Tell me who did. No fucking clue. Instantiate. I do call a reference to the asteroid. Yeah, see, asteroid.getComponent. inside spawn enemy. Enemy dot get component. Dot get count is less than asteroid max count. So I think like this if statement is what needs to be determined here. Now the problem is that I think this would always inherently be weighted towards the top. So now I'm realizing that maybe we did need the switch statement. We might actually have needed the switch statement. The switch statement was what made it so it wasn't favoring, like, there wasn't like a slight bias to one side. Hack their IP address? I didn't even think of that. God damn it. God, I'm so fucking annoyed. We actually did need that. There's like, I don't know, there was like some foresight. There was like some part that I wasn't thinking about. Alright, so let's first focus on like this if statement. Because like, what's gonna happen is that it's always gonna spawn one on the top. It's like, let's say all of these were 100%. It will always try to spawn one on the top because that's the first if statement. Alright, there we go. So yeah, we need to have a side selection variable. We still need one. God damn it. What should I play? Meep City? What the fuck is Meep City? I've never heard of it. You're making shit up. I've never heard of a game called Meep City. Alright, so Unity engine dot random dot range. And it needs to be 1 through 5 because these are integers. So then what we need to do, a stupid Roblox game. What we then need to do is we need to make switch side selection then we need case 1 then we need case 2. Yeah, it's like this is just like making up for a mistake I made. This isn't even like any real work. Alright, so this is what it needs to be. I'll recommend you don't touch Roblox at this time. Yeah, even if I was interested in Roblox, there'd be no reason to touch it right now. Alright, copy this over to here. What the fuck? Why? Oh, that's why. Because it's like all like indented one too far. That's why I kept doing that. Yeah, you see how we're like working with like almost identical code? I think at some point I need to refactor all this. There's still really great games. Yeah, like Survive the Disaster, dude. Disgusting. Yeah, this is how we can know it'll be even. It's the only way. And then we're gonna need to do the same thing for the other one. Alright. I'm so goated at Ultra Kill. Like I said, I have not played Ultra Kill in a while. Wave 54 in the Endless mode. So is the Endless mode just, you're in a room and you just kill enemies for as long as you can? Is that all it is? You just keep doing it until you die? Brutal difficulty? Yeah, because I don't think I've played anything apart from the main campaign. Which, again, still waiting for the ending. Alright, so things should start to make a little more sense around here. There you go. Alright, try this for size. So, if we go back to here, we should see that it should only spawn one meteorite. But it'll always be random which side it is. It'll be random which side it'll try to spawn it. So having these two rolls is important. It is important. One second, I'm just checking something. Alright, so I have another dumb idea. It's like, I'm now realizing, is this function even necessary? Was this whole, like, spawn chance thing even necessary? I'm, like, trying to remember, like, was there a specific reason why we needed it this way? No. I was like, was there a specific reason why we needed it this way? Because we just pick a random side, and then on that side, as long as since we know, like, what side it is, we might not even need this function. We might not even need this if statement. I mean, I think we will need to check if there's already too many. We will need to check the count here. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Let's see what happens if we just remove this. I'm curious. Now I kind of wish I put this all on GitHub, because I would have loved to see the evolution of this file. So then we don't need these values. Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm like, we might not actually need this function. Excuse me. Now, it's probably gonna give me a bunch of warnings and say, like, you have a bunch of unused stuff, but that's fine. So we'll say goodbye to the spawn chance, and we'll just need max count and then max to spawn. So every time I hit play, let's see what it does. Oh wait, I was about to say, I was like, where the fuck is that asteroid? And I was like, it's right in the corner there. I was like, where the fuck was that asteroid? I didn't even see it. Alright, why is it taking so long just to reload the damn game? Yeah, it's like, I don't know if there's a better way to test this. Like, I have to keep restarting the game to see what it's doing. I posted an image. Is example one of the areas the arena can, or one of the shapes it can take? Oh, wow. Arena shifts every wave to have a different encounter. Alright, I want to say it's random now. Oh, wait. So, the reason we wanted the spawn chance... I'm now starting to remember. The reason we wanted the spawn chance is because, it was in case we wanted to wait, certain sides to, like, spawn like, things more often. So you needed the 2 layers of random rolls. You needed the 2 layers. I mean, I guess if we want to do that for asteroids, we can. Like, if we ever wanted to do this for asteroids at some point, we could. But, like, I don't think we ever will. I don't think we'll ever need to. But we'll keep it that way anyway. Yeah, that's why the chaser works the way it does. Because I needed certain enemies to spawn, like, more on the top than on the sides and the bottom. Alright, now, the other problem is the asteroid does not seem to be moving. I'm not really sure why. Oh, because enemy speed is 0. I don't know, let's let's go for a hard-coded value. I just want to see if this works. I don't know, I'd love to, I might try to draw a line. I might make the asteroid draw a line to where it's going, or like what direction it's facing. Alright, let's see what this does. Wait, did it even pass through the box? Like, what the hell was that? Oh, wait, no, because I hard-coded it on the corner. That's why. But I was like, what the hell was that? I mean, okay, let's not make the asteroid that fast. Alright, the asteroid doesn't need to be that fast. So now we need to think about how this thing's gonna move. So I guess, like, we'll need its max speed, which, let's not make it 50. Let's make it... It was already moving pretty damn fast. Let's make it 3. And let's also make... We'll need float enemy speed. So we need this to be enemy speed. We're gonna need to determine... float, or no, enemy speed, no, not enemy max speed, enemy speed. I was meaning to work on the level transitioning for this, but we ended up putting a lot of time into the asteroid. I wasn't expecting that. So we need enemy speed to go to Unity engine .random .range, and then we need we need 1F to enemy max speed, and then that'll be the speed it's gonna move at. Then we also need to calculate ship path. I don't know, it doesn't need to do any of this intricate stuff. Path to ship position. So let's make a new function. Path void, so void path to direction. So we need 2 values. So here's we need to produce 2 random values. I'm just like thinking about stuff. Sorry, I'm just thinking about something. So I need float. I'm like thinking about a good name for this variable. And then const path y. I guess I'll just like leave a comment saying what these 2 represent. Take this and then and then, like, I guess once it passes a certain point, I don't know, I'm thinking, like, maybe when it gets a certain distance away from the ship. Maybe that could, I'm, like, thinking what's a good determinant to delete the asteroid. I guess it's, like, when it, I guess we can make, like, a despawn box. You know what I mean? I don't know, I'm thinking, like, could I somehow make an object that lies outside the... I can make, like, an entirely new object that lies outside the bounds of the spawner, where it's, like, if an enemy drifts over to this direction, just delete it. I could do that. I don't know, I feel like when the rest of the enemies are added, the chaser enemy is not going to be as common. Because, like, I feel like the chaser enemy becomes a necessity to shoot, because that enemy will never despawn. That enemy will just keep following you. Pick your Twitch? I don't know, I'm, like, thinking about... I don't know, what kind of collider can I make? Sprites, isometric diamond, physics, sprite shape. I don't know, it's like, I guess I'm thinking of the simple option where I just make a giant box surrounding, like, the outer bound of the map. An enemy touches it, it just dies. That's what I'm thinking about. The music paused again. At some point, you need to just stop thinking about it. Also, that's the ping just for the actual game. So path to direction. What I need to do is that I need to once again. Okay. So we need this to be between. It needs to be between negative path X and path X. And then we need to do the same thing for Y. I don't know. It's like, we want it to be less cumbersome. We could make it so that the asteroid just kind of disappears after a certain amount of time, but I feel like that's not as easy. I don't know. I think I want to do that for the bonus power-up as well. Like, when the bonus appears, you want to make sure you grab it in like 5 seconds or else it disappears. That's what I was thinking of doing as well. So now we've got these two. Move all of this into this function here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take direction X and direction Y. I don't know, it's like, would this make sense to do this? Because I don't know, that doesn't sound ideal. I think it'd be better if you just had a box around the entire, like the entire game. Because it's not like we're moving the camera anywhere. We're not moving the camera anywhere, so because like there's not actually as much space in the world as you think. Yeah, it's like the box isn't much, the box for the spawner isn't much bigger than this. Might be a bit overkill, but I guess the box can be this big. We'll make it red. Alright, and then what's gonna happen here? I'll make sure this is like some perfect, like cleaner value. Square one, you just need to be at negative 100. Yeah, so essentially, it's like, it's gonna check if, like, whatever's colliding with it is an enemy. And if it is, destroy it. Which is like, there should be nothing but enemies touching it, but we'll do it anyway. And then negative 175. And then 175. Not exactly the cleanest thing we could do. But I want to say asteroid. What is... So I want to say... So asteroid has a tag of asteroid, and chaser has a tag of enemy. So essentially, what this thing does is that it's just gonna destroy anything that touches it if it's marked as an enemy. I want to say, if I mark all of these, I can give it a component. I probably should have... God damn it. Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's focus on making one collider first. Yeah, here we go again, making other shit other than what I said I was going to do. So I'm gonna need a 2D box collider. It's a bit hard to see that the collider's there. But I know it's there. And then we need it to be a trigger. So essentially, once something enters it, it's going to delete it. Okay. Now, what I need to do next... I think that's all I actually need to do. Yeah. We'll create an empty object called enemy death plane. Put it in there. Now we just gotta duplicate this. Oh, we have to first make a script. So give me a mono behavior script called enemy. Like enemy death plan. It's like, this is gonna be a very small file. It's only gonna have like the logic for the square. Excuse me. Which is like, I might even be able to get away with just copying the code from somewhere else. From like one of the other files. Yeah, we'll only need this. So enemy death plane. So on trigger 2D enter. If the tag is asteroid. So if the tag is asteroid, it's like a chaser should never touch this thing, by the way. A chaser should also never touch this thing. I don't know, I'm like thinking how I want to do this. Asteroid controller, asteroid. Find for any object. Well, normally we want to use first. Because what we want to do is that if the asteroid gets destroyed, we decrement the counter. We'll keep this here, but I don't think we'll really need this. Because if we instantiate an asteroid instance here, we have access to the static variable, which is like a constant value that's consistent across all the instances of that object. That's why we want to use. That's why we use that. That's why we use this. Yeah, and then destroy the targeted game object. Yeah, currently we don't have any other enemies that should be touching this thing. But this should kill the asteroid when it spawns. Now, obviously, that could like factor into like the rate at which asteroids spawn, because there'll be a bit of time that's off screen before it actually like disappears. But you know what? We'll go with it. Enemy death plane, add that in. I don't think there's any other values that it really needs to take. I guess we can rename this to Death Plan. Why is this thing not... Why is that not considered the origin? Yeah, why is that considered the origin for this thing? See, that's correct. Okay, now that's correct. Let's do 120, and then we'll adjust it, like, accordingly later. Doesn't need to be perfect. Alright, so I want to say that if an asteroid flies by, it should just die. And then it should try to spawn another asteroid. Let's see if that's true. And it shouldn't delete the background. That's one thing I was making sure to check. This asteroid is not moving. What did I do in the asteroid controller? Oh, maybe maybe actually run the damn function. All right, here we go. Whoops. I mean, I am liking how this is coming around. I feel like we've made more progress than we did on day 2. I feel like day 2 we were completely stuck with this enemy spawner. But now I think I understand its behavior a lot better. I don't know, maybe we'll have to spend a day like refactoring the enemy spawners so it's like a lot more modular. But I don't know, it depends on how many more enemies I intend to add. All right, show me what we're doing here. Oh. All right, so I noticed 2 problems. Destroy game object if other tag. No, destroy the game. Yeah, destroy the thing that's touching you. Oh, right. I guess it's like... So this needs to be established the moment it spawns. Not every frame. Yeah, that needs to be, it's like every time it spawns, it's choosing a random direction. Every single frame. It shouldn't be doing that. Alright, try running the game like this. Sometimes it does kind of frustrate me how long it takes for the game to begin running. It's like, I have to wait like a good 20 seconds to to see my results. Why is it not moving now? Progress now? Okay, I think what needs to happen is that the random values need to be determined at the very beginning. That's what the problem is. So first we need to determine these, we need to first instantiate these two variables. Instantiate these two variables. And then we need to move this down here because now it's not moving. Now it's not moving at all. All right, this should make sense. So the random values are established. Actually, we might not need these intermediary values. Yeah, we might not need them. Yeah, but the random values need to be determined once. That's all I'm saying. Let's try that. Yeah, the volume is a little inconsistent on some of the music that I've picked. Like some tracks seem to be quieter. Some tracks are like louder than others. All right, try it again. So, like, I want to at least... It's like we got the asteroid moving correctly in the first place. We got the asteroid moving correctly. We had it moving correctly at one point. What's going on here? Unnecessary assignment. So when it starts, it chooses a random variable. It's just not moving at all. That must be the problem. I was like staring at that really hard and I was like, huh, why is that? Why are those values like grayed out? They shouldn't be. Yeah, like even the best make the simplest of mistakes, all right? Nobody's perfect. All right, try playing that again. me what you can do. I think this should definitely work. Because the reason the values weren't being updated is because I was reinstantiating the variables. And then it was like outside the scope. It was a scope problem. Shit. I mean, like, that asteroid is kind of fast. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, we might need to make the asteroid a little bit smaller. Or no, not smaller. We need to make it a little bit slower. We might need to make it a little bit slower. And also, we might need to make the box a little smaller. How about this? Let's just make it like a small square at the center. And let's make... I wasn't expecting it to be that fast. Like, damn. That was really cool, though. I really like that. Balatro. Yeah, that's right. I got the Balatro soundtrack in here, which it's composed of like several tracks, which apparently like someone made a version of it. Someone made a version of the track that plays all four like card themes over each other, and they actually fit surprisingly well. Like it's like it might have been intentionally one song that was just broken up into 4 different ones for each different part of the game. I don't know. I don't know anything about the person who made the music for the game. That's interesting. Balatro OST is basically a remix of the main soundtrack. Alright. So, we might need to make it also slightly faster. I don't know. I'm like, how slow do I want the asteroid to be? Do I want it to just linger on the screen like that? Do I just want it to linger on the screen like that? I think what I should also do, where's the bullet? Default bullet. What I also want you to do is... actually, we do it for the target, for like the receiving end. Yeah, I think that's what we did. Yeah, if other was asteroid, destroy object. The bullet has a trigger on it, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't. So the chaser is the one that crashes into the asteroid. So I guess it's like we do the same for the bullet. I don't think that should have any issues. On trigger enter. Basically, if other dot tag equals then destroy game object. Opinions on Resident Evil. I actually haven't played any of them. I don't know. I was like, now that like several of the older ones are getting remade, I was like, it could be kind of fun to revisit, to check them out. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at myself. What I'm also wondering is why on trigger enter 2D, collider other. What problem are you having here? Oh. Alright, so this should just delete the bullet. You try Remake 2 is the best one to start if you have the time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that could be like something to stream. That could be another thing too. I normally don't stream those types of games. I very rarely, if ever, I normally don't play those types of games. I don't know. It could be fun. It's like I've got a backlog of some games that I was just like some longer games that I was just like, would I stream this? Like I got the original. I've got like both God of War games, the new ones, because like I don't even think are the old God of War games on Steam. I don't even know. I want to say only the new God of War games are. Like I've got those games. I haven't played either of them yet. You know, like there's like the much more high effort AAA games that I haven't really tried out. Now, here's the thing. I need to have an asteroid just be on the screen for a second. I just need to have an asteroid on the screen right now. Hopefully it just holds still. You should stream those pretty chill games. Yeah, I should. Well, I remember streaming Dragon Quest 3. Nobody watched me play that one. Well, it was like, I think Dragon Quest is different because it's just like, I think like Dragon Quest. Okay, it looks like it does destroy it. It does destroy the bullet. Yeah, it is destroying the bullet. Good. Games like I sent, I think, won't be ever on Steam. Alright, perfect. Now, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that chasers still function correctly. Just set the limit to 10. Let's have 10 of them on screen right now. So now, like, you get a bit more of a sense of what this game is like. Now that we got the asteroid moving around, now that we got the enemies moving around. That asteroid kills enemies, by the way. So you have, like, a small element of chaos. Okay, yeah, it's still working as it should be. So you just gotta kind of pay attention. Also, is it just me, or is like the chaser count way higher than it should be? That did not look like 10. 1 second. Oh, it's not checking. It's not checking how many are on screen. Oh, right. So we need to change this. Which it's funny. We might actually not need is enemy spawn happening. We might not need that function anymore. Wait, no, we do need it. We get it. You're good at ultra kill. We actually do need this. I don't know. Sometimes when sometimes I am aware that people are playing video games while I'm while they're watching me. So sometimes they'll just tell me what they're doing, which I don't mind. Yeah, we actually, this function is actually necessary. We do need this. Because I keep forgetting, like, we wait, like, how often an enemy, like, this chaser enemy spawns. And go ahead, I'm not being annoyed. Oh, okay. I was the last chat message just, yeah, no one's being annoyed, sorry for that. I was like, the other chat message just made it sound like, shut up, no one wants to know about your ultra kill gameplay. That's a thing when you type messages on, like, that's the thing when you make texts or, like, type messages to people. Maybe that's why people made those. Well, I don't know, it's like a Reddit thing where they do like /s or like /gen or whatever. Well, those actually are kind of helpful. Okay. Alright, see, there's the asteroid. There are now way more enemies than there should be. Yeah, this is suddenly way more than 10 enemies. What the fuck? How is it doing that? Why is that happening? Okay, that should be working as it should. Yeah, it decrements the counter. So both of these have to be true. Gotta go to sleep? Alright. I'll see you later. I might, like, wrap up the stream soon, but I want to see what the hell is causing that. Less than spawn count. We need, like, a random number. Instantiate. Sleeping, what's that? The enemy spawn happening, spawn chance on the right. Chaser can controller get count. Less than the chaser max count. I only see darkness. Yeah, it's getting to that point, isn't it? I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. It's like something, I'm not quite sure why it's spawning more enemies than there should be. I'm like thinking, I need to put down like a good debug message somewhere. And it doesn't matter where it needs to be. I just need it somewhere. Yeah, there were like a couple things that I was like hoping to like get to this stream, but it's like we spent a lot of time tweaking more stuff again. Well, like with this asteroid, now that this asteroid spawner is almost done, it's gonna make me like reflect a lot more clearly on what needs to be done with the enemy spawner itself. Because it might actually need to be refactored. Because I think every time we add an enemy, we have to, like, add an entire giant, like, function for it again. Alright, it's time to see what the hell's going on here. Because there should never be more than 10 of these enemies. There should never be more than 10. There's 11. Yeah, like, you see that? It's still continuously spawning more, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it's like, why is it saying there's 12? There were definitely way more. And it's like incrementing the counter inside the for loop. So int spawn count. Not quite sure why that's a problem. It's like we never had this issue before. So I've inadvertently created an entirely new bug. Oh wait, I also noticed we already check if there's like more... if there's more enemies than there should be. So it's like, theoretically, you don't need this. You wouldn't really need this then. Because, like, it's already being done up here. Also, I think there's like a line of like, was there a line of debug being written somewhere that I didn't notice? Yeah, wait, would we even need this if statement if this is being checked up here anyway? Yeah, this if statement seems redundant. But it's not like that. So what we need to do is instead move this up here. What? Do not use local variable spawn count before it's declared. Already defining the scope, which is not true because they're all separate case statements. Wait a minute. Hold up. I see the vision. Wait, what? Why is it not allowed to leave this scope? Okay, it's like, I think I'm further breaking this. It's like, in this specific file, we don't really need to worry about, like, spawn chances. We can have them all equally spawn at the same time. It's just like, it's like initially it seems to be following the rules of how many are allowed to be there. Like, see, this all looks correct, and then all of a sudden, it's just like... all of a sudden, it just, like, goes crazy for no reason. I don't know, let me check the chaser spawner. Maybe this isn't as redundant as I think. Maybe we actually need this here. I don't know, maybe this is what's not necessary. Because it just seems redundant to have them both there. Oh, well... Alright, yeah, maybe this might be a good time to wrap it up soon. Apparently the Twitch stream just straight up died. The Twitch stream is no longer working. God damn it. Yeah, the Twitch stream just completely shut off. I don't know how that happened. Shit. Oh well. Look, I just want to squash this bug and then we'll be done. That still looks way more. See, like, look, it's definitely not spawning any new enemies. What? The console thinks for some reason there's 3 enemies? Oh, whoops. 31st of what? FL Studio stream when? When we want to implement music one of these days. And when I get good enough to, like, make a decent stream out of it. Hit count, chaser count, which is like that static integer that determines all this. This is another thing where I was like, I don't recall having this problem. Alright, clueless. Let's try this again. So it's like, when you shoot this thing... When you shoot the enemy, it should just, I might need to, like, go, like, track, like, what the decrement does. See, like, of course it shows 10. Obviously. It should be showing 11 right now. There's definitely more than 11 enemies on the screen. Fuck? Oh. Alright, I got killed by the meteor. Like, it should be as simple as if it's not... If this number is... Only do this case if this number is less than the chaser max count. Which currently it's only 10. we need to... So I'll need one here, and I'll also need one here in case a meteorite hits one. That is a weird bug. I have to track and destroy bugs in my own game that I thought that I was building up like perfectly fine. I was like, yeah, I know what I'm doing, and apparently I don't. Let's try that again. Alright, so it looks like it's got 12 enemies on screen. Which is like, it should not spawn anymore. For some reason, killing that enemy... Why does it look like it's activating twice? Like, it looks like it was dying twice. Which is like, I don't think there's any other place where a decrement or increment happens. Oh wait, no, that's because I think I'm typing it twice. Yeah, that's what was happening. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll go on for. But it's like this bug is like really getting on my nerves. Is that I know the Twitch stream just kind of shat itself, but I want to finish this. Sorry, Twitch viewers. Alright, so now that we're not like typing 2 debug messages by accident, it'll be more clear what's going on. Okay, I just died instantly. I'm not even pressing the right keys. Alright, so now there should be 13 enemies. There are now less enemies. There are now 12 enemies. Yeah, you see this? This is like way more than 10. Like, it's telling me that there's 10. I find that so strange because it's like, if there's clearly more than 10 enemies on screen. What is going on there? Increment counter. Get count. Like, if it was, if I knew there were more than 10 enemies being spawned, the variable should tell me. The variable should be telling me exactly how many enemies are on screen. It is not accomplishing that task. It's like the asteroid doesn't seem to be having that problem. Alright, it's now officially 10 o'clock. I don't think this is the solution, but I want to try this. I want to see what happens. And there's only 2 places where this debug line is being outputted. Yeah. Alright, play the game again. The start and quit button looked goofy. Yeah, I drew them in like a minute. Yeah, what the fuck? There is way more than 10 enemies on the screen. Yeah, and this thing is not tracking it correctly. For some reason, the static variable is somehow not tracking this correctly. So much green balls. It's not tracking this correctly, and I don't know why. Because every time this value is instantiated, it should just increment the counter. It should. Less than the chaser max count, which should only be 10. I don't know, maybe the problem might be more obvious if I try this. Actually, let me also check something else. Yeah, it's like the count for the enemy exclusively, it's like it specifically only activates only when after the instantiation happens. It doesn't happen in any other place. Huh. I'm not quite sure why that's happening. Because like, the number should be way higher. The number that we should be seeing in the screen should be higher than that. Alright, so if I do this, it also, like, even though the limit is 1, the max count is 1, there's a chance that it can spawn more than 1. So, like, it'll spawn more than 1 at the same, it'll instantiate more than 1 at the same time. See, like that. Now, that's very interesting that there, for some reason... Oh, shit. Like, this should be saying 4. Unless, like, I'm updating this in the wrong spot. Alright, this is where I want to see it happen. It's like, after the instantiation, I want to know what the value is. This is how I can definitively know. Because maybe I'm not checking the debug in the right spot. But even then, I should have been seeing higher numbers. Yeah, it's like every time I test this, I'm noticing like it's starting to take like, it takes like a decent time for it to start. And I'm like, what is it trying to load? There's nothing there. There's nothing in this game. There's nothing to load. Okay, see? I'm not sure why it now says 2. It looked like it was correct. Oh yeah, it's getting this all kinds of wrong. Alright, here's what we're gonna try. The early Bloody Roar games are even better. I think it holds up well. I don't know anything about the Bloody Roar games. I've never heard of them. Okay, here's what we're gonna try now. Alright, so this might not be the solution we want. I'm just gonna remove this whole sometimes we can spawn a group of multiple. I'm just gonna remove that. Like, just don't even bother. Tea time? Rival School Street Fighter X was good too. I don't know anything about those games either. Sorry about that, Pax-Man. Yeah, just get rid of this, like, ooh, we'll spawn, like, a group occasionally nonsense. So, now what should be happening is that we should now know definitively what's wrong. Because I'm thinking, like, the fact that it's trying to spawn groups at a time might be the problem. It's not updating correctly when when we see that. All right, give it another try. Yeah, see, it takes a good 15 seconds for it to load up. So, what I should see now is that there will always be one enemy spawned at a time. That should always be the case now. What the fuck? What? -1. How does that even work? That's not good. That shouldn't be happening. I might need to sleep on this one. I'm probably gonna have to sleep on this one. I don't know what the hell that could even be. I have zero clue. We'll have to find out next time I do this, which shouldn't be that long this time. I think there's been like a strangely long gap in time since the last time we streamed this, and I think like we made a lot of progress, but I think we're not moving as quickly as I thought we would be through this. There's still a lot more there's still like a decent chunk more that I want to do with this game. So this might take like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 days. Like we might have like up to a day 5 or day 6 of this. Which that's fine. But like I want to stream this more. I want to stream this stuff more. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to get something to eat. I'm going to go to sleep and think about this very hard. And tomorrow I'm going to 5 to 6 days. Well, it's like including the days we've done up to this point. This is day 3. Maybe there'll be another 3 days of this. Because I think like once I figure out like this, once I get this spawner perfectly correct, then we can just make whatever enemies we want. We can just make whatever enemies we want after that. I keep saying that, but then like we keep coming back to working on this spawner. You try the game I sent more. It's more in-depth than you think. Yeah, I just gotta find the time. But anyway, tomorrow, I have no idea what I'm doing. Or if I'm even streaming. I'll have to think about it. Yeah. I don't know. I'll let you know on Discord. Alright, so thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you to my moderators on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch stream died like 20 minutes ago. I'm not sure why, but I don't think anybody important was on the Twitch side at the moment, so that's okay. But thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you to everybody who stuck around to the end. Thank you to everybody who came by. I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe. All right, goodbye.